Aku lagi. Sorry.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Arts, where every word and movement becomes an inspiring beauty.
Ke pasar membeli tomat 1 kilo ditaruh di plastik. Keluarga EBS ayo semangat menyukseskan EBS kreatif.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Arts, where every word and movement becomes an inspiring beauty. Together, we will explore the borderless world of education, creative expression, language learning, and arts.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Art, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. We are committed to creating clean and serving educational institutions. We also make the best effort to provide innovative educational services on the basis of local wisdom, science and technology development. This is to produce professional and adaptive graduates in the disruptive era. We are also determined to promote knowledge and innovation in languages, literature, art, and design, and disseminate them through collaboration with domestic and international partners.
The teaching and learning process at the Faculty of Languages and Arts is carried out through an exploration, discussion, collaboration, and participation-based approach. To provide the best learning experience, we believe that lecturers are both instructors and mentors in the development of learners' competence and creativity. With 14 undergraduate study programs, 4 graduate study programs, and 2 postgraduate study programs, The Faculty of Languages and Arts has received both national and international accreditations, which affirmed our focus in quality of a global standard. The Faculty of Languages and Arts is supported by teaching staff with master's and doctoral qualifications from domestic and foreign universities, as well as qualified and competent professors. We are also supported by professional and dedicated administrative staff who provides excellent service through the implementation of the Integrity Zone. With our excellent programs, we are committed to learning, conducting research, and conducting community services in the fields of linguistics, literature, arts, and design that are adaptive, innovative, incorporating local wisdom and a global vision based on entrepreneurship in both educational and non-educational field of studies. The Faculty of Languages and Arts has many achievements at the national and international levels. Supported by superior facilities, the Faculty of Languages and Arts contributes to the development of high-quality and culturally conscious human resources. We are building networks with industries and communities, both at home and abroad. Students have the opportunities to participate in real-world projects and contribute their creativity to the establishment of FPS Creative, collaborative, hardworking, emphatic, adaptive, resilient, innovative, and flexible. As a part of our commitment to internationalization, our teaching staff and students have also been involved in various international mobility activities. The Faculty of Languages and Arts provides a representative environment for unlimited exploration within the languages and arts fields of study. With the latest technology in our language and art laboratories, as well as creative studios, we encourage and guide students to develop their creativity. Together, we create human resources with excellent characters who are professional and competitive.
FBS Kreatif.
Hello, everyone. Before we proceed with our exciting sessions today, I would like to make a small request. To create a more engaging and interactive environment, we would love to see all of your wonderful faces from across Indonesia and across the globe today. So if you feel comfortable, please turn on your cameras. And this will help us feel more connected and create a sense of community, even though we are meeting virtually here. Please remain online and kindly switch your microphone to silent mode. For a better virtual experience, you can also switch to speaker view instead of gallery view on your Zoom. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning from Surabaya, Indonesia, to our distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and dear participants. The Honorable Professor Dr. Nur Hassan, the Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Vice Rectors of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Dr. Syafiul Anam, the Dean of Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, the Vice Deans of Faculty of Languages and Arts, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Dr. Ali Mustafa, the Chairperson of the 5th International Conference on Cultural Studies in Applied Linguistics 2024, the Honorable Keynote Speakers, Professor Peter Charles Taylor from Murdoch University, Australia, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Tasli bin Sairani from Faculty of Music and Arts, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia, Professor Bimali Indraratne from General Sir John Kotelawala Defense University, Sri Lanka, Dr. Ahmad Munir from Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Profesor Dr. Mansur Muhammad Nur from Institut Kajian Etnik University Kebangsaan Malaysia, distinguished presenters from across the globe. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the 5th International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics 2024. My name is Cecilia, and it is my utmost pleasure to be your master of ceremony for this prestigious event. Hosted by Universitas Negeri Surabaya, this year's theme is Inclusivity and Diversity in Culture, Arts and Humanities. We are delighted to have scholars, researchers, and professionals from around the world joining us today to share their insights and advancements in the fields of cultural studies, literature, arts, and applied linguistics. To start our conference on a high note, let us all listen to the national anthem of Indonesia and UNESA's theme song.
Indonesia tanah airku, tanah tumpah darahku. Di sanalah ku berdiri, jadi penduduk ibuku. Indonesia kebangsaanku, bangsa dan tanah airku. Marilah kita bersatu, Indonesia bersatu. Hiduplah tanahku, hiduplah negeriku, bangsaku, rakyatku semuanya. Bangunlah jiwanya, bangunlah badannya untuk Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, tanahku, negeriku yang ku cinta. Indonesia Raya, merdeka, merdeka, hiduplah Indonesia Raya.
Thank you. It is now my honor to invite a representative from Universitas Negeri Surabaya to share a few words with us. Although our rector, Professor Nur Hassan, could not be with us today, We are delighted to have the Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, Ranking, Publications, and Science Center, Dr. Bambang Sigit Widodo, to deliver the remarks on their behalf. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Bambang to the screen.
Respected Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Vice Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Deans and Directors, keynote speakers in the International Conference of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, all the participants, and the esteemed committee of the International Conference of Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, dan salam kebajikan. And welcome to the International Conference Universitas Negeri Surabaya 2024. It's my great honor and privilege to welcome you all the International Conference Universitas Negeri Surabaya, supported by CONASPI 11 2024. This year, we gather under the theme Optimizing the Role of Universities in the Sustainable Development Goals, a topic of paramount importance in our rapidly changing world. Today, we had 10 international conferences, such as number 1, International Conference of SDGs and Bibliometric Studies. Number 2, International Seminar on Physics and Applications. Number 3, International Conference of Interdisciplinary Research and Studies in Mathematics. Number 4, International Conference on Innovation and New Paradigm of Sustainable Science. Number 5, International Conference on Applied Science and Vocational Innovation. Number 6, International Conference on Social Science and Law. Number 7, International Conference on Research and Academic Community Services. Number 8, International Seminar of Sport and Exercise Science. Number 9, International Conference on Education Innovation. And the last one, number 10, International Conference on Culture Studies and Applied Linguistics. As Vice Rector 3 of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, I am particularly pleased to see the enthusiastic participations of scholars, researchers, policymakers, and students from around the globe. Your presence here underscores a shared commitment to not only understanding the challenges of sustainable development, but also actively contributing to solutions that promote ecological integrity and social equity. Higher education institutions are uniquely positioned to lead the way in promoting sustainable practices. We have the responsibility to educate future leaders, conduct impactful research, and set an example through the management of our campuses. This conference provides an invaluable platform for sharing knowledge, best practices, and innovative approach to integrating sustainable into the very fabric of our educational systems. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, our esteemed speakers, and all those who have worked tirelessly to bring this conference to fruition. Your dedication and hard work have made this gathering possible, and I'm confident that the insight gained here will be invaluable in advancing our collective missions. As we embark on this discussion, let us remember the crucial role we play in shaping a sustainable future. The decision we make and the action we take within our institution can have far-reaching impacts, influencing not only our students but also broader community and society at large.
Thank you all for being here and for your commitment to advancing green environmental management in higher education. I look forward to the enlightening conversations and collaborations which will emerge from this conference. Let us work together to create a more sustainable, equitable, and prosperous future for all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Bambang, for the inspiring welcome remark. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ali Mustafa, the chairperson of the organizing committee, to deliver the welcoming address. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Ali Mustafa to the screen.
Thank you, Miss Cecilia. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and dear participants. It is a great honor and privilege to address you today as the chairman of the 5th International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend a warm welcome to all of you. As we gather here to explore the theme of inclusivity and diversity in culture, arts, and humanities, I'm pleased to report on the extensive preparations and efforts that have gone into making this conference a success. Our initial objective was to build a platform where scholars and practitioners could share their findings, engage in meaningful discussions, and encourage partnerships. The response to our request for papers was amazing. We got 163 paper submissions from scholars throughout the world. Our professional team thoroughly examined our contribution to guarantee that this conference only features the best quality research. I'm pleased to announce that our screening process was tough and comprehensive. The selected papers will not only contribute to the academic discourse during the conference, but will also be considered for publication in our esteemed conference proceedings. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, our conference this year has attracted more than 200 participants, demonstrating the increased interest and participation in cultural studies and applied linguistics. Your presence here, whether in person or virtually, emphasizes the importance of our collaborative efforts to advance knowledge while also promoting inclusion and diversity in our respective fields. In addition to the paper presentations, we have scheduled a number of meetings, panel discussions, and keynote addresses by recognized specialists. These sessions aim to deliver deeper insights, foster engaging discussion, and stimulate creative thinking. I would like to thank our colleagues at CONASPI for their supports and participations in the conference. Thanks also go to our partner universities, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, UPSI in Malaysia, for supporting and appreciating us for making this conference into a success. I would also like to extend special thanks to our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Peter Charles Taylor, PhD from Murdoch University, Australia, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazli Taib bin Sairani from University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Professor Dr. Mansur Muhammad Nur from University Kebangsaan Malaysia, Professor Bimali Indra Ratni from General Sir John Kotelawala Defense University, Sri Lanka, and Ahmad Munir, PhD from Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Indonesia. We are honored to have you with us and deeply appreciate your contributions and generous support, which have been invaluable in ensuring the success of this event. I would like to take this opportunity to convey my deepest appreciation to the members of the organizing committee, reviewers, and volunteers who work so hard behind the scenes. Their devotion and hard effort have helped bring this conference to a successful conclusion. As we continue on this exciting journey over the next several hours, I encourage you all to actively engage, share your expertise, and build connections with your fellow attendees. Let us embrace the spirit of inclusivity and diversity in both our academic undertakings and our interactions with one another. Last but not least, I'm convinced that this conference will be a meaningful and enlightening experience for everyone. Let us work together to enhance cultural studies and applied linguistics, as well as create a more inclusive and diverse global community. Thank you, and I wish you all a successful and inspiring conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the insightful welcoming remark. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with our next session, we have a special moment we'd like to capture, which is the group photo session. This is a wonderful way to commemorate our time together at this conference. To make this happen, we kindly ask everyone to turn on their cameras if you haven't already. Let's wait for a second there. All right, so it looks like most of us are ready. And I will now hand it over to our photographer of the day, Ms. Kanya, who will guide us through the photo session.
Okay, I will go for the first slide. 1, 2. Second slide. 1, 2. Third slide. 1, 2. The fourth slide. Fifth. 6. 7. 8. 9. And lastly, okay, we're done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kanya, and thank you everyone for showing your wonderful smiles from around the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and dear participants, it is now time for our keynote session, one of the highlights of our conference today. In the first keynote session, we will be having 3 exceptional speakers. We will have Professor Peter Charles Taylor from Murdoch University, Australia, and then Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazli Talib Sayarani from Faculty of Music and Arts, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia, and Professor Bimali Indraratne from General Sir John Kotelawala Defence University, Sri Lanka. To ensure the session runs smoothly and effectively, we have a distinguished moderator who will guide us through this important segment. Please join me in welcoming our moderator for the first keynote session, Mrs. Ayunita Leliana, who will be introducing our keynote speakers and facilitating the discussion. Mrs. Ayunita, the time is yours.
Thank you, Cecilia. Right. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. And now, the moment you have all been waiting for. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce our keynote speakers for the first panel session. We have Professor Peter Charles Taylor, PhD, from Murdoch University, Australia. Second, we have Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazli Taib bin Sayarani from Faculty of Music and Arts, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia. And the last but not least, Professor Bimali Indraratne from General Sir John Kotelawala Defence University, Sri Lanka. My name is Ayunita, and I'll serve as moderator for the first panel session. We are going to have 2 sections. The first is our keynote speakers' presentations, and then followed by Q&A session. First up, we have the remarkable Professor Peter Charles Taylor, PhD, from Murdoch University, Australia. Professor Taylor is the director of the International Transformative Education and Research Network and adjunct professor at Murdoch University's School of Education. During 3 decades at Curtin University's Graduate Center of Science and Mathematics Education, Professor Taylor developed an arts-based model of research and transformative learning that designed to engage teachers and teacher educators in exploring their cultural histories, reconceptualizing their professional practices, and developing their agency as inspiring leaders of education for sustainable development. Professor Taylor has attended 70 conferences as keynote speaker, supervised 40 doctoral theses, 7 Master of Philosophy theses, and more than 100 Master of Science Education projects. Professor Taylor has examined around 39 doctoral theses, 15 Master of Philosophy theses, and 10 Master of Education dissertation. Professor Taylor has published various types of publication, including 4 edited books, 5 handbook chapters, 28 book chapters, 2 book forwards, 67 journal articles, 62 conference proceedings articles, 225 conference papers, and 16 evaluation reports. Professor Taylor, the virtual stage is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Taylor.
Assalamu alaikum, and thank you very much, Terima kasih, for that lovely introduction. I've had a long-term relationship with UNISA, principally through my doctoral graduate, Dr. Neni Mariana, in the School of Mathematics Education. And I'm looking forward to my actual real visit to you coming up in October this year, when we have a conference on transformative learning and sustainable development. So I'm very, very happy to be here speaking with you today. And, you know, this university is certainly on the global stage of innovation. I very much applaud the introductory remarks that have been presented to you representing this university, and they resonate very strongly with my interests and values. So without further ado, I shall share my PowerPoint presentation. And share the screen. And can you let me know that that is visible to you, please?
Yes.
Oh, very good. Okay, so
sorry, sir. It seems that we see the slide and also the next slide.
you've got the presenter's
Yes.
view.
Yes.
Okay, let me see if I can change that around. How does that look?
Still the same?
Oh, it's still the same. Okay, I hadn't planned on that happening. So can you advise me how I might change that appearance?
Perhaps you can just use the slideshow directly. Open
Yep. So that's about the best I can do, unfortunately.
Okay.
Unless you can give me some technical information on how to change that. I'll give it one more go here.
Slideshow.
Does that change anything?
Hold on. Hasn't changed yet. No, it hasn't changed yet.
Okay. Not too sure what more I can do at this stage. Maybe we'll just go with this, and see how we go.
Yeah, it's okay, sir.
It's okay? Okay, all right. So the title of my talk today is Transformative STEM Educators Embracing the Arts to Develop Students' Higher Order Capabilities for Resolving for resolving global sustainability crises. Now, everything that I say today and much more you can find in our recently published book with that title, co-edited with my colleague, Dr. Elizabeth Lilly Taylor, who's an associate professor at Notre Dame University in Perth. So I've been involved with what we call STEM education, that's science, technology, engineering, mathematics, for most of my life, actually, through my early schooling and university studies and working at a graduate centre for STEM educators. And I'm very much interested in the way in which technology has developed over the last 50 years or so, taking us into the digital universe and providing all sorts of wonderful life-enhancing technologies. However, having said that, there is a dark side. And because we have entered, as a result of overusing our technologies, what we call the Anthropocene era. Now, this is an era in which the human footprint on the global environment has now become so large and active that it rivals some of the great forces of nature in its impact on the functioning of the Earth system. So just a few visual images to show you the impact that we're having on the environment of our planet. There have been sufficient reports released recently to provide us with compelling evidence that we have a global sustainability crisis, or a number of them, in fact, all interacting together. The first one is climate change. The second is the plastic pollution of our waterways, rivers, and oceans. The third one is the loss of biodiversity. And the fourth is loss of cultural diversity. I'm going to touch on a couple of those in the next couple of moments. Oh, and just before I do, we've been alerted to the fact that there's a potential new global sustainability crisis arising with the misuse of artificial intelligence. So, plastic pollution crisis. The World Economic Forum has warned us that each year at least 8 million tons of plastics leak into the ocean, and that's the equivalent of that rubbish truck dumping its contents every 60 seconds. So by 2025, which is only next year, the ocean's expected to contain 1 ton of plastic for every 3 tons of fish. And this is the impact that it is having on our wildlife, microplastics being consumed, and larger plastics causing suffering to the sea creatures. So we could say, as this mother comes back with food from the ocean to feed the young, I'm sorry, she says, we're out of fish. Biodiversity crisis from the Living Planet report. A small quote here. In 1970, our ecological footprint was smaller than the Earth's rate of regeneration. In other words, we could extract all the resources that we needed for humanity to survive on the planet, and they would regenerate. However, if we go on here, to feed and fuel our 21st century lifestyles, we are overusing the Earth's biocapacity by at least 56%. And what that means is that if we continue to consume the Earth's resources at the current rate, we will need at least another half a planet. Now, that's clearly just not possible, is it? So we really need to reassess the way in which we're exploiting the planet. The biodiversity crisis is exemplified by the demise of this beautiful species of orangutan, which is in that little orange area up here in northern Sumatra. Its habitat has been reduced to only 2.5% of what it used to be 100 years ago as a result of deforestation, the introduction of agriculture, and illegal logging. So it's now one of the most threatened of the great apes worldwide. So as we continue to pillage our forests for economic purposes, we are destroying the biodiversity. Now, just touching on the cultural diversity crisis, Ethnologue, there's the link to the website, tells us that there are over 7,000 languages spoken worldwide today. So the question is, what is their vitality? And this graph over here shows that 3,000 of those languages are endangered and 450 have become extinct because of the loss of culture worldwide. So focusing specifically on Indigenous languages, in Australia, since settlement, which is 250 years ago, we have lost 190 Indigenous languages. Currently, we have 214 living Indigenous languages, and that's not to include all the European languages that have been introduced. Indonesia has done much better than Australia. You have 700 living languages, and you have only 14 extinct. But the loss of any language is a crisis, because every time a language disappears, a speaking voice also disappears. A way to make sense of reality disappears. A way to interact with nature disappears. A way to describe and name animals and plants disappears. We lose a worldview. And there's an example here, as the extinction of Indigenous languages leads to, for example, the loss of medicinal plant knowledge. And a study from the University of Zurich shows that a large proportion of existing medicinal plant knowledge is linked to threatened Indigenous languages. And in the regional study on the Amazon, New Guinea, and North America, researchers have concluded that over 3/4 of medicinal plant uses are known only in one language. So you lose a language, you lose an Indigenous culture, you lose access to the wisdom traditions of that culture that can be helpful for global use. But fortunately, UNESCO has recognised the crisis and has declared the International Decade of Indigenous Languages starting in 2022 for the next 10 years. So in summary, just a little visual essay on the problems that we're facing with our global crises of sustainability. And obviously, we have enough data to tell us that there's an anthropogenic reason for this. In other words, we, humanity, are creating these crises. And that leads me to argue that we have a moral responsibility here to ensure that we undo and we resolve these crises as soon as humanly possible. I want to just talk about that in a moment. So we could say that although we seem to think we have evolved to the highest status of living beings on this planet, we are at the same time destroying the very planet that's given rise to humanity. So the apex predator of the biosphere is us. Now, this leads me to a professional challenge. How can STEM educators, that is the people who prepare new teachers in particular, how can we transform what we call the standard model of teaching and learning to engage our students in transformative STEAM education, where the A here is particularly relevant to you, the audience today, because the A represents the integration of the arts into the STEM disciplines. The idea is to resolve global sustainability crises. So what I mean by the standard model of education is pretty much this: attending class, teacher out the front, lecturing without the students saying anything. So the students are developing important understanding about the world outside the university, outside their homes and lives. They learn about the objects, the systems, and the patterns. This is objective knowledge, skills and values. And I don't want to demean that. I think that is very important. It's necessary, but insufficient. We have an alternative model. And just before I say that, I think this sort of helps us to understand what's going on here. The young student in the classroom says, "Oh, there's a crack in the bowl." And the teacher says, "First concentrate on your maths homework." So we can take that as a metaphor for the sustainability crisis not being addressed in standard STEM classrooms. The transformative model that I've been working on for many years with my colleagues and graduate students does what the standard model does and much more. So what we're doing now is focusing on not just understanding the world outside ourselves, but our inner worlds as well. So we're interested in developing students' subjectivities, bringing into the classroom their experiences, their sense of connectedness, their ethical values, their sense of aesthetics, and their creativity. And this will lead us to developing in our students what we call holistic knowledge, skills, and values. The OECD report on Future of Education and Skills 2030 has a vision which says students who have the capacity to take responsibility for their actions have a strong moral compass that allows for considered reflection, working with others, and respecting the planet. And it's this notion of a moral compass or set of ethical values that I'm going to focus on for the next little while. So transformative learning is all about understanding what it is that frames our particular knowledge, values, and relationship with people beyond us. We're drawing on a whole range of scholarship throughout the 21st century and the 20th century and even earlier, and a whole bunch of different disciplines. So transformative education is built upon a very strong interdisciplinarity. From all of that scholarship, we've developed and distilled a set of transformative learning capabilities, which I can only just touch on this morning, but the details, as I said earlier, are in our book. The first one is helping students to actually explicitly understand themselves, to look in the mirror and understand what it is that drives their automatic habits of mind that are beyond their consciousness, their values, their deep-seated values. The second transformative learning capability is helping students to develop what we call relational knowledge in two ways. One is to form a mutual and empathic understanding between people of different cultures in order that we might have a more harmonious and peaceful world. And the other relational knowing is between our students and the natural world, because if we disconnect from the natural world, then we have no feeling of compulsion or compassion to help with our pursuit of sustainability. The third one is to understand what are the barriers that have caused these problems, what are the socio-economic compulsions and prerogatives in our societies, our economic privileging of the economics over the natural, for example, helping our students to understand what are these barriers that need to be overcome. But we can't dwell on the negative. We must also introduce to our students a sense of vision, helping them to develop a vision of what a better world could be like. That's imaginative and creative thinking. And secondly, what it should be like. And there's the ethical compulsion that says, okay, this is the world that we want, and this is the world that we should have. And how do we do that? We develop in our students a sense of agency, that they have the capability of making changes, that they can join with others in relational knowing to try to resolve some of the big problems locally with a global focus. So transformative STEM education sits here at the interface between the traditional way of teaching and learning and the new way of bringing in transformative learning capabilities. So how do we do that? How do STEM educators do that? Well, they do that by embracing the arts. And by the arts, I refer broadly to the natural sciences, the social sciences, the creative arts, and the humanities. Because these arts, as you know, I'm not telling you anything you don't know today, are the source of developing in our students their creativity, their sense of aesthetics, their sense of their ability to express and persuade people, and most importantly, the development of their ethics, particularly the ethics of eco-justice and social justice. The arts are something that belong to all cultures, and they find their expression in all these different forms. So the arts plus STEM, when they're integrated, we have this concept or label called STEAM. And as I said earlier, everything that I can say today, plus very much more, is available in our book, where we give you a strong theoretical foundation, plus many different examples from countries across the globe, including Indonesia, where educators have been embracing transformative education, putting it into practice in their classrooms, and coming up with some remarkable innovation. So a couple of quick examples here. Dr. Sue Girac, an art teacher in a secondary school in Australia, teamed up with her doctoral supervisor, Jeff Lummis, Edith Cowan University, and Sue was particularly in love with the natural world, particularly coral reefs. And she was aware that because of climate change and ocean warming and acidification, what happens to the coral reefs is that they turn into a black and white graveyard. So she took an interdisciplinary approach with her students, her young students, to develop sculptures of corals. These are young elementary or primary school students. And the student said to her, okay, can we paint them now and make them look alive? And she said, no, because this is what we are looking at now. We're looking at the dead corals as a result of climate change. So she organized an exhibition and all the children's parents came along, and the children played the role of teachers to their parents to explain to them. Here is a stunning example of the crisis of global sustainability. Ray Williams, Dr. Ray Williams and Mr. Tim Mania Ray is from head of maths and Tim from the head of English, collaborated in team teaching. And they used a book, and this is a couple of pictures from the book. The book has no text, no writing. It has no mathematics. It simply has pictures. And the first picture is his mum and her baby looking out of the window of their house at the natural environment. About 20 pages later, after a series of photographs, art pictures, I should say, they look out of the window and see a fully urbanized environment with almost no natural environment visible. So what Ray did with his math students was he asked them to extract the data over the 20 photographs and to plot graphs about, for example, housing development and the population growth, and to plot that to find whether there were functional relationships. Tim Mania, the head of English, got the students to write narratively about their learning experience and what impact it had on their values about the importance of the natural environment. The third one is closer to home for everybody here today. Dr. Neni Mariana, primary mathematics education at UNISA with her master student, Tricia. Tricia is a dance teacher, and there you are down there with her class of students teaching traditional dance form. And she was training to become a primary school teacher. Now, Tricia loves dancing, but she disliked her experience of learning mathematics when at school. But, you know, it's not a good idea for a new teacher to go into a classroom and not personally liking mathematics, because you've got to actually project a sense of like to your students. So Neni said to her, okay, let's analyze a video of your traditional dance class. And then what they found was a whole bunch of numerical and geometrical concepts. And here you see down the bottom just a little example of how the students geometrically arrange themselves during the dance. So she was able to then understand and appreciate, in fact, come to love the relationship between dance and mathematics. And now, as a teacher, she teaches what we call ethno-mathematics to her young students. They learn to dance and they learn about the mathematics of the dance in the Indigenous context. One final example, Piang Manalam from your neighbouring country, Thailand, worked with her doctoral student, and there's the school, the laboratory school attached to the university. Piang is a chemistry teacher. She values sustainable development of the natural environment, and she values Thai culture. So it's tradition in Thai culture once a year to put offerings into the local river. And here they are. This is an old established cultural practice. Unfortunately, these days, they've replaced all these organic materials with plastic offerings. And so the rivers have become choked with plastic waste. So she engaged her students in chemistry to develop their transformative learning capabilities. And she wrote a story about a family with the ethical dilemma of wanting to celebrate culture, but at the same time avoid plastic pollution. So she integrated her concept of teaching about polymers in chemistry, and she got her students to design alternatives to plastics for this cultural purpose. And they, for example, came up with cassava as a fruit, as a vegetable locally. And from that, in laboratory work, they developed biodegradable plastics from an organic material. So that was a very quick tour of many of the examples that we have in the book that I can't share with you today. But the good news is that a couple of the chapters in the book are open access, and therefore they're free to download from the publisher. The first chapter, Transformative STEAM Education for Sustainable Development, lays out the theoretical background behind this, the scholarly background. And then subsequent chapters provide examples. And Dr. Lily Taylor has her chapter here about the way in which she, as a teacher educator at university, shapes her own teaching practice, moving from STEM to STEAM education. So Brill is the publisher, and you're most welcome to go and download those chapters for your own particular purpose. Better still, please buy the book. So I'll leave you with this quote from the Earth Charter, the choice is ours. We can form a global partnership to care for the Earth and one another, or we can risk the destruction of ourselves and the diversity of life. Fundamental changes are needed in our values, in our institutions, and in our ways of living. We must realise that when basic needs have been met, human development is primarily about being more, in other words, being more fully human, rather than simply having or consuming more. And I think this speaks really nicely from an arts point of view. Small acts, when multiplied by millions of people, can transform the world. It's not too big a task. Individuals can make a significant contribution. We need to encourage our students that they have the agency to engage in what is a very complex but important process of sustainable development locally with a global perspective. So thank you very much, and I look forward to having a chat with you in our Q&A session. I'll hand back now to the moderator.
Thank you, Professor Taylor. Oh, okay. So thank you for the insightful presentation, sir. So for the information that we are in UNESA, right now we are transforming our curriculum actually, and what you have shared today might enrich our curriculum transformation process. So to some extent, I'm glad that all fields of sciences play important roles, equal important roles in shaping our students' attitude. And I can imagine how fun the learning process experienced by our students once we apply the STEM. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. You're most welcome.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, get ready with several questions for Professor Taylor. Now, let's proceed to our second keynote speaker. And now we have the privilege of hearing from Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazli Taib bin Sayarani from Faculty of Music and Arts, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, Malaysia. Short information about the biography of Dr. Taib. He is an esteemed academic and associate professor at the Faculty of Music and Performing Arts, University Pendidikan Sultan Idris, UPSI, Malaysia. Born in Selangor, Malaysia, he has cultivated a remarkable career in dance education and the performing arts. His careers at UPSI began in 2007 as a tutor, and his dedication and expertise saw him rise through the ranks, becoming a lecturer in 2011, a senior lecturer in 2015, and ultimately an associate professor in 2022. His leadership roles in UPSI has been signified, including serving as the Dean of the Faculty of Music and Performing Arts since May 2022, and previously as the Deputy Dean of Academic and Internationalization in the previous period. A prominent figure in the global dance community, he is a member of the World Dance Alliance and the national representative of Dance and Child International. He also serves on the editorial boards of several academic journals, including the Journal of Social Science at UPSI itself and the Jurnal Kajian Seni at Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. Beyond academia, Dr. Taib is an accomplished performer and choreographer, having directed and choreographed various significant dance performances and festivals. He continues to influence the field through his consultancy work, keynote speeches, and participation in international conferences and workshops. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazli Taib's dedication to the arts and education underscores his commitment to preserving and promoting cultural heritage through dance, making him a pivotal figure in the realm of the dance education in Malaysia and beyond. Dr. Taib, we are eager to learn from your insights. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazli Taib to the fifth ICCSAL.
Thank
The
you very
virtual
much.
stand is
Thank
yours.
you. Thank you for the long introduction of myself. Thank you, Dr. Ayunita, the moderator. A long historical about myself, but I'm really appreciate what you tell about me just now. So, hello everyone, apa kabar? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm really disappointed because I'm not in Surabaya because I really miss Indonesia very much, and I love all of the sambal foods. But maybe one day I will go to UNESA again and have a lot of activities in a very huge university in Surabaya, UNESA. Thank you very much. Thank you to all of the committee. I introduce myself. I am Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Fazil Taiben Sairani, the Dean of Faculty of Music and Performing Arts, Sultan Idris Education University. I'm delighted to speak at the 5th International Conference on Cultural Studies and Applied Linguistics. So today I want to talk about the importance of dance education, not just as an art form, but as a powerful tools for promoting inclusivity and preserving culture heritage. I gave around 4 points in this presentation. Number one is done as a universal language, which is done is from an expression that transit words, which is it allows people from different backgrounds to connect and communicate to the classroom. So it is fostering an inclusive environment. And another second point is the culture preservation through dance, which is deeply rooted in culture, which is dance have preserved the history and value of a community. And the third one is the benefit of the dance education, which is I will explore more in what I did in my career path. And number four is the modern context, which is while we focus on the traditional dance, it's also crucial to adapt them to modern times. This ensure that remain relevant and continue to engage younger generation. So I move to the next slide. So can you see my slide, my second slide?
Yes, obviously.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So I started my presentation with these questions. So what is the definition of arts learning in the context of dance education? And how does arts education utilize creativity, imagination, and artistic exploration to promote inclusivity? And linking the distinct artistic disciplines mentioned that the definition of dance education and how they contribute to exclusivity. So these disciplines like choreography, performance, and dance history offer various ways to students to engage with dance. So allowing them to discover what they enjoy and ensuring that everyone feels included. When we talk about the arts in education, we need to understand the context of dance education. So how it's involved understanding not just the movement, but also the meaning, historically and culture significant behind the dance. So when we discuss about how arts in education promote inclusivity by encouraging creativity, imagination, and artistic exploration. The concept of defining arts in education is an approach to teach and learning in that actively use in terms on the creative processes to support students and also to see the learning outcome. So it's not just about the learning, and it's not about the learning of the technical aspect of the movement, but also exploring the imagination and expressing oneself through artistic exploration. I can say that when we talk about the arts education, the comprehensive and secretly education that spans various artistic disciplines that include dance, music, drama, folk arts, media art, visual art, such as contributing uniquely into the curriculum that we can provide the students more diverse opportunity to engage with arts, fostering a more exclusive and holistic learning environment. As we consider this idea, I think how each of these artistic disciplines plays a role in promoting the supporting cultural preservation as discussed in the earlier slides. So we move to the next slide, which focuses on the arts education which foster the creativity, imagination, and inclusivity that across various disciplines like dance, music, visual art, theater, and this slide goes deeper into what arts education involves. So arts education isn't about the learning the technique that I said before. It's making a personal connection with the art, expressing individuality and solving problem creatively. So it balances media, technique, and content, ensuring students develop both skills and a deeper understanding of their works. I give you an example when the students do the choreography works, they have collaborations with the students together discuss with the team. So this is the situated learning in the real world context, which is dance performance context, which is the students engaging with their environment, the circle of friends, the circle of the peers, and this holistic approach helps students appreciate the interconnectedness of knowledge, fostering critical thinking, cultural awareness, and personal growth. So I give you one of the perspective about the dance inclusivity and culture, which is how arts education through dance is more than just teaching technique. So it's about the connecting deeply with arts, which is to solve problem creatively and fostering inclusivity. So this slide focuses on how done specifically contribute the inclusivity and the culture preservation. When we see number one role of dance in promoting inclusivity, we can see that it serves a dynamic medium of bringing together individuals from diverse backgrounds, which is through share dance experience people can engage in cultural exchange that fostering understanding, empathy, and mutual appreciation. When we talk about the second part with about the preservation of culture heritage, it's we'll see that the traditional dance form passed down through generation. When we go to the village, we can see how this dance try to transmit in cultural narrative, ensuring this practice continue to thrive within communities. So lastly, in a multicultural society, which is dance enhance culture awareness and appreciation by integrating dance from various culture into educational setting, which is we create an exclusive environment that respect diversity and contributes to a more cohesive society. So in essence, dance not only enrich individuals at a personal level, but also strengthen the culture fabric of our community, making as essential part of the holistic in arts education. So now I talk about how dance contribute to inclusivity, culture preservation, and its important in a multicultural. So this slide expand on those idea by showing how dance function both as an art form and as a medium for inclusivity. So as an art form, dance embodies creativity and expression. So allowing individuals to convey emotions and tell story through movement. So this includes both traditional dance, which preserve the cultural heritage, and the contemporary dance, which explore the modern theme. So moreover, dance serves as a powerful medium for fostering inclusivity by engaging in shared dance experiences. People from diverse backgrounds can bridge culture divides, promoting and understanding mutual aspect. So the Venn diagram we can see in the PowerPoint further highlight how inclusion, diversity, equity, and belonging are interconnected within the context of dance. So together, these elements create an environment where culture diversity enrich education, exposing students a variety of perspective, value, and tradition. I moved to my first project, which is I exploring how dance plays a role of inclusivity, culture preservation, and diversity. So I began my master research focus on creative movement with a specific group of students. So I started with 70 high school girls who focus numerous challenges, including insecurity, family issues, and attitude problem. So this school assigned me 14 sessions over 3 months to help these students become more active and engaged through creative movement. This way, a unique challenge, particularly because this session will lead by a male instructor working within an all girls groups, which includes students from various religions and ethnic background. So this project put the theory we've discussed into practice, using dance as a tool for fostering understanding, improving confidence, and promoting inclusivity within a diverse group. And my project, by working with of a high school girls through creative movement session. So this slide highlight the impact of those activities. From the response collected through questionnaire, it's clear that this session had a positive effect. So students express that they felt more relaxed, gain flexibility, and more importantly, develop confidence. So this outcome demonstrate the powerful role that creative movement can play in students' life. So in conclusion, my research suggests that integrating creative movement into academic and extracurricular activity can significantly enhance student joy, self-esteem, and intellectual abilities. So this reinforces the idea that dance and creative movements are not just because of the physical activity, but are vital tools for personal development and inclusivity. So now I move to my second part, which is the non-formal education. I spent more than 3 years in Yogyakarta, and I learned something very special about non-formal education that I can say the setting that very naturally develop into the community. So I explore the what can non-formal education that can play a very crucial role is fostering inclusivity, especially in preserving culture heritage. So my first project, it's all about the creativity and the creative movement project. But my second part project, it's all about the culture preservation through non-formal education, which is I focuses in Sanggar, which is the dance traditional studio in Yogyakarta. So non-formal education, which is occur outside of a traditional school system. So provide flexible and accessible learning opportunity. So all of the people around the world, all of the people from the community around Yogyakarta, around Java can learn this dance, which is classical court dance, Tari Klasik Gaya Yogyakarta. So it allows communities to engage in culture practices in arts, which is dance, ensuring these traditions are passed down through generation. So this type of education is vital for maintaining culture diversity and inclusivity. So as it reach people who may not have access to formal education, through community engagement, non-formal education is help preserve traditional arts and offer a platform for culture expression. So making it as an essential part of the educational landscape, including traditional dance. So next is more about how non-formal education plays a vital role in preserving culture heritage and fostering inclusivity by providing accessible learning opportunity. So this slide further elaborates on how knowledge is transmitted in this non-formal setting. So in non-formal education, learning often occurs through observation, imitation, and active participation. So these approach align with traditional apprenticeship models, where learner closely with a master that we call nyantrik in Javanese language, and we call that acquire skills. So experienced practitioners are key to this process. So apprenticeship is the one of the model which is the mentor who guide learners through demonstration and provide personalized feedback. So I cannot show the example, but this is the one of the statement that I can tell all of you. So these hands-on relationship between the students or the learners develop a deeper understanding and appreciation of the arts form, ensuring the continuation of the culture tradition. So I highlight the role of non-formal education in culture preservation, which is the knowledge transformation through hands-on learning and mentorship. So this slide focuses on the specific characteristic of non-formal education in the context of Yogyakarta classical court dance in Java. So firstly, flexibility, which is a non-formal learning environment, I can say that allows students to learn their own pace and according to their personal interests. This flexibility makes learning more accessible and tailored to individual needs. And number two is this setting emphasizes a strong communal spirit. I did mention this is a very natural setting from the community, which is learning in non-formal education often happens in tight-knit communities where collaboration and mutual support enhance the overall experience. So lastly, this a deep engagement in culture heritage, which is non-formal education, foster a strong connection to culture roots, which is allowing learners to develop a profound appreciation in traditional arts, which is essential for the preservation and the culture characteristic. So this characteristic make a non-formal education is a vital component in sustaining and nurturing cultural practices, especially in traditional arts like Jakarta court dance. So in the last slide, I can what I can summarize from this non-formal education setting in Yogyakarta, which is the deeper into how this non-formal learning experience are facilitated through Yogyakarta, a city of known for its vibrant culture activities. The non-formal learning environment of Yogyakarta offer unique opportunities that differ significantly from traditional schooling. So they emphasize immersive experiential learning where knowledge is passed down originally through observation, imitation, and active participation. So this experience not only preserve cultural heritage, but also ensure that traditional practices are transmitted effectively across generations. So this method of learning with a deep connection between the culture space and the education will happen within the making a living classroom for culture preservation. So I can describe this slide about what is the setting, which is non-formal learning, and we can see a network of art space, cultural center, grassroots organization, and educational institution plays a very strong role in the making opportunity available. So this organization, I can say from the village, from the culture organization, support by the government, policy and culture organization, create massive environment where learners can learn the classical court dance outside from the palace, which is called the keraton in Java. So the collaborative ecosystem ensure the non-formal education remains a vibrant and effective means preserving culture and heritage. So the community know about the art, the community know about the classical court dance because they have a very strong, vibrant of effective means from the community. Um, for the next slide is focuses on what I did because I did mention about the new younger generation. So the new younger generation, we need to do something. This is my third project, which is I focuses on the also non-formal education, but it's more focuses to the Senam Harmony, which call that harmony exercise, which is combined with the all of the Malay traditional dance and put into the application dance video for the children. So the Senam Harmony is the dance exercise for preschool children in Malaysia, funded by the Department of National Unity and Integration. So the objective of this project is create exercise video using multicultural themes reflecting the diversity of Malaysian cultural landscape. So this project includes phases from planning, discussing, educator and choreographer to developing among young children and various languages and cultural context, including Malay, Chinese, Indian, Sabahan, and Sarawakian in Borneo. So despite challenges such as limited time and the need of innovation, this project aims to foster appreciation for arts and culture among young children. So while also strengthening the collaboration between faculty, which is community, which is the engagement with the ministry and the university. So through initiative of Senahoni, we can see the non-formal education tools can be used to promote culture unity and understanding from an early age. So this is my third project. You can download, you can scan the code, can see the Senaman Harmony. What is the Senaman Harmony? So this is the end of my discussion. So based on my three projects, I can say that how dance education can be a powerful tool for promoting culture understanding, inclusivity, and collaboration. So these slide highlights the idea to broader concept of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Sorry. So dance education naturally incorporates diversity by including various dance forms from different culture background. So this exposure helps students appreciate and understand a wide range of culture expression. So equity in dance education ensure that all students, regardless of their background, have equal access to learning opportunity. So this creates a fair environment where everyone can participate and benefit. Inclusion is about creating, welcoming environment where all students feel valued and represented in dance activities. By adapting to the diverse needs of learners, dance education fosters a sense of belonging everyone involved. So finally, belonging is cultivated through shared dance experiences, helping students from strong connection within a dance community. So this sense of belonging is essential, fully engaging students and allowing them to reach their potential. In summary, integrating DEIB into the dance education not only enriches the learning experience, but also helps build a more inclusive and connected to the community. Thank you, Matunun.
Sami-sami, Dr. Fazli. Once you use the term matur and then the replies is sami-sami. All right. I got surprised with how dance may help students in so many ways to experience the culture, especially for young learners. I think so. It's really interesting.
Thank you very
So
much.
I learn lots. I learn lots.
Thank you.
I just imagine that I am in an international class with.
Yeah. That's why I need a practical class in UNESA.
Yes, nice. Okay, can't wait to see you here in
Yeah.
person.
Thank you very much,
All
Dr.
right.
Ayunita.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, our first two keynote speakers already delivered their research on arts, and please be ready with several questions, or you might share your opinions or thoughts relating to the topics delivered by our keynote speakers. And now, last but not least, we have the privilege of hearing from Dr. Bimali Indraratne to further enrich our understanding, but this time, of specific learning difficulties and inclusive teaching. Hi,
Hi.
Professor Indraratne.
Hello.
Oh, you are the most beautiful keynote speaker for the first panel session.
Oh, thank you very much. I
I
hope
love
the
the
others will
dress.
not be angry.
All right, a long time no see, right? But before you start your presentation, allow me to introduce your profile to our participants. Very short profile.
Halo,
So,
Bu Ayu.
yes, yes.
Saya Bu Ayu.
Sorry. Let's see. Yes, Bapak. Who is it?
Just say hello, Bu Ayunita.
Oh, okay.
Pertanyaan, Bu Ayu.
Oh, all right. Mohon maaf, Pak. You may keep it your question later after the last session of the presentation, Pak.
Yes.
Okay. Hold on a second. Right. Allow me to once again introduce Professor Indra Ratni profile. She is the professor in English language teaching at Department of Languages, Kotelawala Defense University, Sri Lanka. She has received 11 research grants from 2019 to 2022, very active. She has published 12 articles on teaching and learning difficulties, a book entitled Cognitive and Educational Psychology for TESOL, 9 book chapters, 14 papers for conference proceedings, 37 conference papers, and has attended 17 conferences as keynote speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please welcome Professor Indra Ratni. Ma'am, the stage
Thank you,
is
Ali.
yours.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you very much, Ali, and the team for inviting me to give this keynote speech. And also, it's good to see you all again after a while. So let me share the screen. I hope you can see it now. Yeah, okay. So today I'm going to talk about learning difficulties and inclusive teaching. So although my field is English language teaching, I'm going to make it more inclusive again. So I'm not going to talk only about inclusive teaching in terms of language teaching, but some of the examples are from language teaching. But particularly, so I'm going to give a broader overview of what learning difficulties are, their features, and how to identify learners with learning difficulties in class, and what do we mean by inclusive teaching. Okay, so I'll start with some background information about learning difficulties. Now let's see how learning takes place. Learning means like anything. So it's not just subject learning, but we learn things from our experience, from seeing things, hearing things. So learning has a kind of a common process. So we use different senses to get information. So for example, when we see things, now you can see my screen and then you get the information from my screen by seeing things, and you hear. So again, you can hear what I'm speaking, and you hear things from the environment, and you get the information. Also, we learn things by tasting and smelling, feeling, touch. So that we use all these senses for learning, because that is how information comes into our mind or brain. So we take the information through different organs, and then what happens is there's something called working memory in our mind. The information that we take in first goes to working memory for processing. So working memory actually it's like a workstation in the mind. Whenever we see something, the information first goes to working memory to process, in other words, to understand. So if you hear something, so you will first process, like, the tone, the voice, the noise, everything, and then you will try to understand whether that's a command, request, likewise. So you process information in the working memory. And working memory has a limited capacity, which means we can't process everything we hear, we see. So we see unlimited amount of information, but we process only a limited amount, because working memory has a limited capacity. And then what happens is this processed information goes to long-term memory for storage. So that has a bigger capacity. An unlimited capacity. So whatever the processed information, what we understand, they go to the long-term memory for storage. So that's one process of learning. So how we get information and process. And the second part is, now if we want to produce something, imagine you want to say something, you want to write something. So what happens is, now our mind, we look at the information in the long-term memory, and then we retrieve, recall, extract, sometimes change, rearrange and adjust, and then we produce the output. For example, if you have to say something, although you are unconscious about the process, this is what happens. You extract information from the long-term memory, you process it, and you produce the output. So this is basically a very, very brief and a surface level explanation of how we process information. And so what are specific learning difficulties? Specific learning difficulties occur because of an issue within this information processing system, which I explained previously. It could be a problem in the working memory. For example, I said we have a limited working memory capacity. So those who have learning difficulties may even have a smaller working memory capacity. So they may not be able to process the amount of information that the others process. So that can be the problem. And in this process, I explained the process. So the problem could be somewhere in this process. So we categorize specific learning difficulty, specific learning difficulties, or SPLDs, is a broader category where we mainly identify dyslexia, dyscalculia, dysgraphia, dyspraxia, and ADHD as specific learning difficulties. It's also widely believed that about 10% of the population shows SPLD type difficulties. Now, this is something, as teachers, all of us are in education, so we need to think about it, because now 10% is not a small number. Now imagine if you have 20 students in a class, it is possible that there could be at least 2 students with some kind of learning difficulties. So that's why for anyone, it's very important to understand or have at least have some idea about learning difficulties that students have. I'll briefly explain what these mean, the 5 types of learning difficulties. Dyslexia is mainly, some people say that it's a reading difficulty, but it's actually a language processing difficulty. So, for example, those who have dyslexia may find it difficult to learn new words. They may make a lot of spelling mistakes. They may not be able to organize information in writing. So that type of language processing difficulties are there. Then ADHD, those who have ADHD may show difficulties in attention control and concentration. Dysgraphia, mainly writing difficulties. For example, poor handwriting, they may not be able to write on a line, so they may write letters without certain parts, so there can be difficulties like that. Dyspraxia is a problem with motor coordination. That is now, for example, when we write, our brain and our hand should coordinate together, but those who have dyspraxia may have problems in this motor coordination. Dyscalculia is mathematics, problems with processing mathematical concepts. For example, they may find it very difficult to do mental arithmetics, remember numbers, do calculations, identify mathematical symbols. So likewise, they may have mathematical processing issues. So these are the 5 learning difficulties which are categorized as SPLDs. So this is an overview of the features or the problems that learners with SPLDs face. So you can see this is an overview. Like I said, different learning difficulties may have specific issues, but then overall we see these issues. So memory difficulties like remembering sequences, and then like telephone numbers, alphabet, timetables, dates, and then motor control, that is coordination problems, which I explained previously, handwriting difficulties, difficulty in copying. For example, you may have noticed that some learners find it very difficult to look at the screen and copy down things if they take notes. When reading, especially those who are dyslexic find it difficult to read. They may lose where they are reading while reading a text, so they may have to go back and forth several times. Moving or overlapping text, so they may find that some of them may find that the text that they are reading is overlapping or moving. They need to reread. And then spelling. So usually these learners may not remember how the words look like. So they will not be able to immediately write the words because they don't remember the spelling. Difficulty hearing sounds. Certain sounds can be problematic. Similar sounds may cause confusion. Like, if we think of English sir, sure, and zer, so they may find it difficult to figure out the slight differences. Background noise could be problematic for them. They may lose concentration. They may have problems in note taking. They may find it very difficult to listen to a speaker and take down notes at the same time. They may not, when writing, they may not be able to find the correct words. Their writing may not be that organized. They may find difficult to get ideas on paper. Difficulties with telling time, left-right confusion, and they may get lost easily. So these are some of the main features, common features identified among learners with specific learning difficulties. Also, it's important to note that there are strengths among these learners. For example, they are good at holistic thinking, problem solving, and so on. They can be very creative and they may have original ideas. So it's not that these learners have an IQ issue or they can't learn, but in a way they learn in a different way. There are also misconceptions associated with learning difficulties. So it's not a disease. We need to remember that. And there is no medication. Also, learning difficulties do not occur because of an IQ issue. They have the same IQ level as other learners. It's something else that bothers them, like probably the working memory capacity. So first thing is, like, as educators, we need to understand that, we need to get away of these misconceptions and thinking that you can give medicine and treat them, but it's not so. What we need is some inclusive language techniques to show them different strategies, learning strategies, so they can learn better. So we have discussed the main features of learning difficulties. So after understanding the main features, the next step would be identification. So identification includes several processes: identification, screening, testing, diagnosis, and other information gathering. This should be done by a trained assessor. And when we test learners to see whether they have specific learning difficulties, there are several tests used in screening. For example, verbal domain is tested through phonological awareness tests, working memory tests, processing speed tests. Visual domain is also tested using tests like visual working memory test, visual processing accuracy tests, motor coordination ability test. So there are several tests. A battery of tests is used in order to screen and identify, which needs to be done by a trained assessor. So what should we do now? Most of us are not trained assessors, but as teachers, we also have a responsibility. As teachers or even as parents, we have responsibility. First thing is observation. We need to carefully observe whether our learners, our students in class face certain difficulties, whether they demonstrate certain difficulties in terms of learning. And so it is recommended to observe at least for 5-6 weeks to see whether the same difficulties occur again and again. And then also it's better to talk to parents to see whether these learners show the same difficulties at home. We can also interview the students and ask about their difficulties. And the final step could be leading these learners to a trained assessor to get a better diagnosis. Right, so then we move to inclusion. Now if we know that there are some learners who have learning difficulties in our classes, then what should we do? Now, we all know inclusion means we are not separating these learners and teach them separately. We teach all of them together in the same class. We talk about inclusive classrooms. So then in inclusive classrooms, we need to use certain techniques to give opportunities to all the learners in the class. So you may have those who do not have learning difficulties as well as those who have learning difficulties in the same class. So what can the teachers do in situations like that? I'm going to briefly explain some of the things we can do, but it's in a 20-minute talk, it's very difficult to talk about all the classroom techniques, but I'll give you a couple of examples. One of the things, one of the methods recommended is called multisensory teaching. So multisensory teaching means direct teaching. It includes direct teaching, explicit teaching, also sequential and prescriptive ways of teaching literacy. It also encourages one-on-one teacher-student interaction or small group teaching. It includes diagnostic teaching, which is we analyze the strengths and weaknesses of individual learners, and then we need to make some modifications into the common things that we do in class. Finally, it includes simultaneously using visual, auditory, tactile, kinesthetic pathways when presenting information. For example, imagine you teach some words to these learners, and you need to give information like you can show a picture or realia, and then you need to do a lot of pronunciation practice. You can ask them to, you can use letter cut-ups and ask them to make the word, so then they will be more familiar with spelling. So all these techniques are connected. So then like we use different pathways in order to enhance their learning. So that is recommended. This is not just in language learning, language teaching. So even in mathematics, for example, you can use color coding. So it gives extra visual information for the learners. You can use like number cards and things like that, so they can move things and do things and learn. So this type of teaching is recommended when we teach learners with learning difficulties. Also, I'm not going to discuss this in detail, but if you look at universal design for learning, the framework provides many insights, many tips on how to design materials and how to teach in class. So there are a lot of things that we can learn from that. I'll give you a couple of tips. For example, learners with learning difficulties may need more time in exams because they take more time to read. So that's one of the things we can consider. If you give 1 hour to the others, you might give few more minutes to a learner with learning difficulties. Another example is, now we always ask, like the traditional method of assessment is writing, right? So even we ask them to always write answers. So learners with learning difficulties may have a lot of issues in writing, but their processing may be good. They may understand. So you can change the response mode. So you can ask them to orally answer questions. If you are not testing their writing, if you are testing their understanding of concepts, you don't need to always ask them to write answers. You can ask them to speak. You can ask them to give oral answers. So there are techniques like that we can use in class. Especially in assessment, like I mentioned, it's important to give more time, a safe space to do the exam. They may not like to take the exam with the others, so you may have to think about giving them a separate place, frequent breaks, more time. Likewise, one of the other things is like giving clear instructions, step-by-step instructions, short instructions, and numbering the instructions so they know what to do first and what to do next, and highlighting essential information. Sometimes in exam papers, we see there are 8 questions and answer only 5. So this type of information can be highlighted then it's easier for them to process information. And the next part is awareness. So you can see that, because it's so common, it's important for teachers to be aware of learning difficulties. At least, we don't need to be trained assessors, which is impossible for everyone to be trained assessors, but at least we need to have some understanding of the features of learning difficulties and inclusive techniques. But the picture is not that good around the world. So if we think of dyslexia awareness, this study gathered information from 195 countries, and only 24 collaborated with International Dyslexia Association. Only 28 countries have specific schools, centers, clinics where the learners get help. Only 25 countries have organizations with social media presence. So it seems like there may be other places, but they may not be that active. So we don't see that there is much support available for learners with learning difficulties around the world. Here is a summary of some studies on teacher awareness, attitudes, and beliefs on learning difficulties. Again, we don't see a very positive picture. There are several negative misconceptions and negative attitudes among teachers in many places. Sometimes teachers, it's because that they are not aware of learning difficulties, not because of something else. So they sometimes think that these learners are misfits because they don't follow the conventional teaching. So they think they are misfits. It is mainly because of the lower level of understanding among teachers. Also, most of the teachers have lack of awareness on the need for early identification and how to identify. There are also knowledge gaps. Some people think that it is a disease and there is medication. So likewise, there can be knowledge gaps as well. So finally, I would like to discuss what we can do. So we know that there are learners with learning difficulties. We briefly discussed the features and what we can do as inclusive practices. But we also know that teachers in many places do not have sufficient understanding of learning difficulties. So what could be the next steps? So teacher training is very important, both pre-service, in-service, and in the available training programs, we don't see much about learning difficulties. Particularly practical knowledge is lacking. Practical application, how to identify the main features. These things are not discussed that much other than some theoretical explanation. So teacher training actually can make positive changes in teacher attitudes and their self-efficacy beliefs. So because several studies have shown this, and also if we train teachers, they are more willing to use techniques to meet learner needs. And also, if you train teachers, at least like you will see that there are more positive attitudes among those who have training. So they may not be able to do everything, but then at least they may be able to talk to these learners, talk to parents, and lead them to receiving necessary support. So teacher training is very important. Okay, so thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have.
Thank you, Professor Indra Ratne. I'm glad that besides explaining about the types of specific difficulties in learning, you also provide the explanation regarding the strengths and how to cope with this situation for the students. I'm happy at least there is solutions.
Yeah,
All
thank
right.
you.
Yes. All right, Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen. Now we are in question and answer session. All right. It seems that we already have several questions. Let's start from the first one by Riza Gali. This is for you, Professor Indra Ratne. Is there any specific, is specific learning difficulties can be cured?
Okay, good question. Not really, because most of them are like, genetic. 99% of the time, so you can't change them. You can't, like I mentioned, it's not a disease also, and there's no medication. So what we can do is we can show learners some learning strategies. Now, for example, if they have memory issues, probably we can show them, like, how to remember things, like, color coding and pasting things on the walls, using pictures instead of words, mind maps, things like that. So you show them strategies to use in the teaching learning process.
Okay, nice. So it's genetic, yeah, but
Yeah.
we still have the treatment. So we need to, we need to identify what kind of difficulty first. Then
yeah, we
find
don't
the
really
best.
call them treatments. We call them like strategies. You show strategies.
All right, strategies. Yes, nice. Thank you for the response. Riza, do you have any follow-up question? Okay. While we are waiting for it, is there any follow-up question from Riza? Now let's proceed to Pak Bambang Sugito. This question is for Dr. Fazli. How the basic process to make cultural dance on your institution? How the basic process to make cultural dance on your institution, and is there any highlight or important things in the process?
Thank you,
Pak Bambang Sugito.
Pak Bambang Suginto. Yeah. In my faculty, because I teach more than 20 years in dance, actually, basically we emphasize a deep understanding of cultural context and history behind the dance. So that is very important for the students understand the origin of the dance, the genealogy of the dance. So we also prioritize collaboration with culture expert to ensure the dance reflects in its true culture origin, which is when we do the final year project with the students. So we bring all of the practitioner to the collaboration dance performance with our students. So that is also one of the strategy. And another strategy is we have like some sort like a often I can say that often planning to bring our students to go to the village to see the dance, to see the history of the dance. Then from there they can understand the culture context and the meaning of the dance. And also from the culture experts, we want the students not only to perform the dance, but also to understand what is the dance and the meaning and the importance and the significance of the dance for the culture. So that is my answer for Pak Bambang. Thank you.
Anytime. Thank you. All right. So the points are to collaboration and field trip, yeah. So to capture the real value of the dance. Hope Pak Bambang can apply the strategies in this
Yes.
institution.
Yes, okay, thank you very much.
All right, now let's move to the third question for Professor Taylor. The question is from Ricky Nasrullah. Sir, there are many regional languages are at the risk of extinction. So with climate change playing a significant role in this loss. At the same time, it seems to be a lack of comprehensive public awareness and concern about the impacts of climate change. The connection between language, culture, and environmental issues is profound yet often overlooked. So in light of this, what would you suggest? So he asked for your suggestion as an effective linguist strategy to encourage communities to become more engaged and concerned about climate change. And there is also additional question. Are there any successful examples or best practices from Australia that you could share to illustrate how such strategies might be implemented here in Indonesia, sir? Oh, sorry, you're still mute. Oh, let me help you.
There we go. How's that?
All right. Nice.
Having some technical difficulties today. I'm sorry for that. Look, that's a very interesting and profound question, and I can't do it justice in a couple of minutes in responding today. However, let me say, firstly, yes, we do have a lack of comprehensive public awareness of these issues. Why is that the case? Well, in Australia, we have what we call a settler culture. It's the European culture here is 200 years old, and in that time, we really came to devalue the Indigenous people in this country. Now, that's just beginning to change, So the education system is introducing things like two-way education. And what that means is that we're we're developing curricula and assessment systems that are designed to celebrate, for example, a scientific point of view on the one hand about the natural environment, and on the other hand, an Indigenous point of view, drawing on Indigenous knowledge systems about the environment. So by saying two-way, we're having our students learn the Western, so-called Western way and the Indigenous way in an interactive manner in the classroom. Now, of course, you need to take the students out of the classroom into the natural world in order to have that connection. We can't just do this in a theoretical sense. Some examples would be creating school gardens where the children learn to grow vegetables, for example, that at the end of the day they consume, and you can then bring an indigenous knowledge system into that context. And by that I mean the traditional use of native fauna and flora and their relationship with the local ecosystems. I mean, like Indonesia, Australia has so many varying ecosystems. We are such a large landmass. There are so many different indigenous languages and wisdom traditions. There is a wealth, an absolute wealth of possibilities if only our education systems could elevate the importance of this. So it's very early days. Now, in our book that I was showing you and responding to before, can you still see me? I'm having, there we go. So the book that I was showing you in my presentation does have some examples, not so much the indigenous examples of Australia, but certainly in other countries. Nepal is a leading example here, where Kathmandu University has a very strong outreach program into local schools. And so what that means is they have the opportunity to bring teacher professional development into local cultural contexts. So there's just a few possibilities that I would suggest. We have a conference in Surabaya, in person as well as virtual, coming up in October, where that sort of question will certainly be addressed by a range of speakers who come from these scholarly and practitioner backgrounds. So I would certainly urge anybody who has an interest in these matters today to come along to that conference and see how the arts are being brought into the STEM field, the science, technology, engineering, mathematics field, using a range of different methodologies and contemplating different assessment systems. Where we run into a major obstacle is in secondary education, where the curriculum is so tightly structured and national examinations don't allow for much manoeuvring. We've had our most success in school systems at the primary level and the early childhood level. So let me just pause there in answering your good question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So inviting students to the real situation is much more doable for them to see the reality, to engage with the environment.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's that notion of relational knowing or connectedness. Sustainability and developing a commitment to sustainability is not just based on theoretical understanding that you get inside the classroom. It's based on a sense of spirituality, of emotional connection, a sense of love. I mean, if you love something, you want to save it from destruction. If you love the environment, you'll do everything you possibly can to ensure the sustainability and rehabilitation of damaged landscapes. So yeah, there's a really deep felt sense of connectedness that is necessary to engender in our students. And they've really field trips, getting out of the classroom. If you can't go very far, maybe a school garden is an alternative.
So many alternatives actually provided, and intentionally
Yes.
and unintentionally actually.
Indeed.
All right. Thank you. So could you please stay there, because Pak Ali, the chairperson, also has a question for you. So let me jump for a while to question for Professor Taylor. So yes, Pak Ali says that your presentation inspires us here actually on how to appreciate culture and nature at the same time. So we could see that those two entities may be integrated as a system of balance in terms of inclusivity and diversity. The question is, how could we accommodate those things into our teaching materials, both methodologically and theoretically? Because once
Yeah,
again, sir, we are
that's
on the
another
level of
profound.
transforming our curriculum, sir.
Well, certainly curriculum transformation is really important, as well as alternative assessment systems to the standard practice of giving tests and marking them numerically and giving grades. That serves a certain useful purpose, but it's a necessary, but as I said before, insufficient condition. We change can happen to a small degree or to a larger degree and a larger degree. We've seen individual teachers find opportunities in their own classrooms to introduce new methods and new ideas to a small degree. And so individual teachers should not be concerned that they can't do much because the curriculum is promoting standard model of teaching. They can do a little bit, and the art teacher in the example that I gave, she helped her students to. She would be teaching sculpture anyway. So what did she decide to do? Teach the children to learn sculpting in the context of the barrier reef with the coral bleaching problems because of sustainable development. So that was very successful. And after school, she organised that exhibition for the children's parents to come to. A slightly larger sense of change can be by teachers collaborating together to bring their two curriculum perspectives together, such as the maths teacher and the English language teacher in the other example that I gave you. And the sky's the limit. I mean, you can have the entire school collaborating to develop interdisciplinary curricula and assessment systems. That's certainly not beyond reason. There's a political issue here as well, isn't there? Because, governments sort of like to be in control of curricula and assessment systems, particularly at the higher levels where we're filtering out students to go into universities and ultimately into teacher education. So teacher education programs, that's a great place to develop and give future teachers, student teachers, these new experiences of transformative learning and give them creative opportunities to develop. Project-based learning is a good example. I've had my most success at the postgraduate level, where I've engaged with students doing master's degrees, PhDs over a protracted period of time. So I would strongly argue that the best opportunity for major change is at postgraduate level in working with experienced teachers, particularly full-time students, but also in the outreach notion of professional development into local schools. So there's lots of possibilities. We just have to have the courage to push back against the constraints of the standard models and find opportunities to transform the system.
It seems that, thank you, sir. It seems that Pak Ali will ask the faculty members to work a lot after this.
Thank you very much,
Good to hear.
Dr.
It's very significant of the changing in our curriculum plan. All right, thank you, sir. Now, Bapak Ibu, there are some questions for Professor Indra Ratni. Thank you, Professor Taylor. Again, now we move slightly to Professor Indra Ratni. Pimalia, are you still with us?
Yeah.
All right. There are four questions from Nur Laila. Let me see the first one. Nur Laila. So, give me a second. Wait, I think I lost it.
I think there's a question about ADHD, right?
Yeah, that's right. But yeah, this is, before that one, we have a question from Ari Pujo, Pak Ari. Pak Ari is a lecturer from Germany department. So every student has his own technique to cope better learning experience. So how can we accommodate those students in teaching learning process in the class? so that everyone in the class can reach the goals of the learning.
Yeah, okay,
Pak
thank
Ari.
you. I think the question is like different learners have different techniques for
Mhm.
learning and they are good at them. So how can we accommodate them? So my suggestion is not to ask them to change anything. If they use good techniques, I think we need to encourage them to use them more. So for example, now imagine like you ask, so you give a lecture and then usually the expectation is that students might write notes. But then there can be students who draw pictures like based on what is explained, so they may draw pictures or draw a mind map. So we don't need to say, okay, you need to take down notes, because that may be the way that they remember, the way that they process information. So if they work for those students, I would say we should encourage them to use those good strategies.
Jadi Pak Ari, mahasiswanya bisa dibebaskan untuk gunakan teknik apapun ya. But of course, drawing a picture or drawing charts, yeah, or some figures.
Okay.
Yeah.
But taking picture is not included.
Well, it depends. I mean, sometimes there can be some learners, those who can't take down notes. Even if they take pictures, if they are using them for good purposes, for learning, I would encourage them to do so.
Oke.
Oke. Jadi harus dipastikan dulu ya Pak Ari, yang
Ya,
di
ya,
foto
ya.
itu materinya apa dosennya gitu ya. Nah, I mean, they will proceed to use this picture to take notes later.
Later on, yeah,
Yes.
so that may be the strategy that they are good at. Like, they may not be able to always listen to something and write, so they need time to process and understand. So yeah, so it's okay.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay, thank you, Bu Bimali.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Pak Ari, thank you. Now let's move to question from Nur Laila. What are some effective teaching strategy for students with ADHD?
Okay, so as we know, those who have ADHD find it like, they are uneasy. They can show that they are uneasy in class. They may not be able to pay attention to the teacher. They may always lose concentration. So one thing is like, teaching chunk by chunk. Now, if it is a reading text, it's better to ask them to read not the whole thing, but only a part and then do an activity. Also, if you ask them to write an essay or something, it's better to give some prompts, like, what they can write in the first paragraph and second, or some of the ideas. Or give an outline, like, this is where you need to write the introduction, this is where you need to write the conclusion. Likewise, you can give some prompts, some visual clues like that. Also, creating a conducive environment in class where they can concentrate. So always like teacher paying attention to them. So giving them, and also it's very important to increase their confidence. So usually when they can't do things, they lose confidence. So give them an amount of work that they can do. So with time, when they practice doing that, the teacher will be able to increase the amount of work that you can give them.
Yes, encouraging them is seems that it is also important thing that we can do so that they have their confidence to study anything.
Yes, I think it's very important to praise them, encourage them for things that they can do.
Yeah, that's right. I think the second question from Nur Laila is still about the strategy, the effective strategy. So I think it's already answered, Bimali. Now let's jump into the last question for you from Haris Daniel. If previously about ADHD students, now he asks about teaching disabilities is not easy as what we imagine. Yes, of course. We need extra power and strategy to teach them. Moreover, teaching foreign language, okay, this time is double problem. Teaching English in this case for disabled students is still difficult for the teacher to explore their competence. The question is, what is the effective strategy teaching English as foreign language to disabled students?
Okay. Yeah, I think we need to first understand the difference between disabilities and difficulties. Now, when we say disabilities, I'm not sure whether it's Harris, right? Is referring to disabilities like physical disabilities. For example, there can be blind students, deaf students. So that's a different issue. So if that's the case, if there are physical disabilities, then we may have to go for special education units and things like that, because then the teachers may not have the sufficient training to teach such students. But here my focus is not really on disabilities, but learning difficulties. So these learners usually do not have any physical difficulty, right? So it's just like, you know, the way that they process information is quite different to the others. So, like I said, if we are talking about disability, so that's a different topic that we need to talk about it separately. But if you're referring to difficulties, learning difficulties, then like I said, we need to first identify what the actual problem is. Now, mostly dyslexic students find it difficult to learn another language. So then it's not that all the dyslexic learners will show all the difficulties and with the same severity. So there can be different levels of difficulty. So first thing is to identify what the problem is. Is it, are they not good at spelling and word learning? So that can also affect reading. Or are they not good at listening and concentration and writing down things? Or are not good at segmenting sounds, blending sounds? So we need to first understand the problem. So that we can do by observing and giving tasks and see what exactly the problem is. Now, depending on that, we design activities. Now, if it is a vocabulary learning difficulty, one thing is like these learners need a lot of practice when teaching, when learning languages. So you can give vocabulary games for them to play, not just in class, even outside class whenever they have time. So some interesting activities like that, and a lot of visual aids, like, again, word learning, lot of pictures, realia, and also showing them in the environment, things like that would enhance their memory. And like I mentioned, asking them to, it actually helps them, especially young learners, if they can touch and see the shapes of shape of the letters. So maybe you can ask them to use clay to create letters, and then they can touch and feel how the letters are formed. So things like that would help. It really depends on the type of difficulties that they face. Now, if it is a reading difficulty, then probably you might have to do reading bit by bit, not long texts. And then for each little part, you can give an activity for them to understand, or some help like giving a glossary. So these are some of the techniques that we can use. And like I said, it really depends on the type of difficulties they face.
Thank you. It's quite challenging, especially when the foreign language has quite different language system with the mother tongue.
Yes, yes. Yes. Now, I'll give you a simple example. Now, I'm not sure about in Bahasa, but in my language, my first language, the word order is very different to the English word order. So it's completely like it's different, and it's more flexible in my first language. So if you teach word orders, so maybe some cut-ups, like a lot of cut-up activities where they can match, where the subject comes and object comes. So that type of activities would enhance their memory.
Yeah. So we need to spare some time to think about the best strategy for particular difficulties.
Yeah.
Or perhaps we can combine, like Dr. Fazli introduced to us this morning about the dance. I think I just had in my fine. I have a wild imagination combining dance and learning language for students with special condition, I think.
Yes, I think that would work.
But
Yes.
I learned something with Dr. Vimali because I also work one of the special education for the students. But it's very interesting. I learned something new, and I can implement for my dance workshop with the special students. Wow, very interesting.
Perfect.
Thank you.
So some of us here will may collaborate in the future.
Yeah.
Nice. All right. Bapak Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, if you still have any questions, we still have plenty of time, so do not hesitate to deliver your questions. You may deliver it via chat box or you can ask it directly to our keynote speaker. Ada yang ingin ditanyakan langsung? Silakan Bapak Ibu. Yes.
Yes, Bu Ayunita.
Oh, the chairperson.
Yes.
Yes. All right, Pak Ali.
Yeah. So my question is for Dr. Fasli. You know, I love dancing and I like dancing so much because, you know, in my primary school and also in my junior high school, I joined, you know, this is a kind of, extracurricular in my schools, yeah, dancing. You know, dancing taught me a lot about how to maintain my balance and also my spiritual journey because in dancing, you know, we could feel what we have in our surroundings and also how to control our emotion and also our spiritual journey and also our mind, body, and soul. So philosophically, you know, in dancing, there is a special philosophy, and it is in Indonesia we call it as um, keseimbangan. In Balinese culture, we have rule binede. Yeah. So what about in Malaysia? So do you think that dancing in Malaysia has also this kind of philosophy? In Japanese culture, we also have this kind of philosophy: balance, power, spirit, and control. And what about dancing in Malaysia? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the question, Prof. Basically, I explore more in Java about Kawaroh Joget Mataram, greget, ngeruji, ngiting, everything. But it's also very interesting. We in Malaysia, when we talk about the classical court dance and also when we talk about the inner, and I can say the internalization, usually we have the I can say the foundation is actually from the Indian perspective related about the dance philosophical, which is Viraga, Virama, Virasa. So Virasa, it's all about inner. Viraga, it's all about the body condition. Viraga, Virama, it's all about I can say the sound, the music from the students, from the instrument. So we also have our own Malay philosophical, which is Melio. Melio is like you do something with the body. You can circle with the body. You can Melio. You cannot see my body now, but that is one of the example. So and then sometimes we also explore with a Malay terminology like sembah, but this is all of the movement. But we have another philosophical in terms on the coordination of the body, such as the Meliot just now, and also Melento, and then a lot of, I can say that it's similar like what in Kawruh Joget Mataram, but not a very specific terminology, but we are using in Malay words. But what I learned when I did my diploma in performing arts, we using the Wiraga, Wirama, Wirasa as our fundamental to develop internalization of the body, especially related about the dance performer body. That's my answer. I hope you like it.
Yes, thank you very much. You know, you reminded me about the terms Wirama, Wiraga, Wirasa. So
Yes,
now
actually
I
similar like
remember
in
about it.
Indonesian. Yeah,
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 yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah. Okay.
And it's about control,
Yes.
culture, balance, and a spiritual something,
Yeah, that Pak
mind
Ari,
and spirit.
I saw Pak Ari saw the Ngeruji eating, but the movement, yeah, that is the movement based on in Java. But we also have like Samba, and also we have like this is like the lotus finger, and also they have like another movement. So they have a lot of movement, but for the coordination, we have a very strong philosophical in terms on the body conditioning, actually specifically for dancer. Yeah.
Can I
Thank you,
can I
thank
say
you, thank
something
you, thank
here?
you.
You know, I've been in love with Indonesian dance ever since I visited Indonesia in, I don't know, 1972,
As
firstly Bali, and I was absolutely captivated by the dance form and the context in which it was done, which was in temples out in the rural area, and I didn't really understand it until now. Now, what you guys are helping me to understand is that it's much more than just a physical thing. And
yes.
culture doesn't sort of describe it either. It's an integration of a whole bunch of different ways of being and knowing and expressing oneself. Spiritually and culturally and whatever else it happens to be. You're the experts, not me. But I'm mesmerized when I sit there and in the audience and just watch this take place. It's also been transported to Nepal, where I have a strong connection as well. And I'm just thinking in terms of STEAM education, um, if the arts are brought into the context of science and technology and mathematics, the arts are in danger of being made one-dimensional by people who don't really understand it fully. So in such an interdisciplinary curriculum development, this is really important for what you've just described to help the STEM teachers to fully understand, the depth and richness of the dance.
Yes, Prof. This is question or just like
It was just an enthusiastic comment, but please
yeah.
answer it.
But I cannot give a very specific answer, but I can say that each of our our roots, each like you go to Bali, you can see this dance, you go to Malaysia, you can see the dance. Actually, the movements we can say like similar, but actually the essence of the dance is different. What is the essence of the dance? Maybe because of the motif of the movement, I can show you when we go to the classical court dance, the movement is more polite, more graceful, and then more like I can say a very graceful movement. But we go to the folk dance, it's like very aggressive because we deal with all of the gardeners, with the fishermen. So I can say that each of them have a unique of a function and also unique of the motive of the movement. And when we talk about what you deal with the mathematics, this is very interesting because sometimes we use mathematics for our dance practice 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 2 2.
Rhythm.
But sometimes, yes, rhythm, but sometimes we not aware about it. This is mathematics, but we know about it. But what you did in your presentation is very interesting when your students with deal with ethnomathematics and the focus is done. It's very interesting. So I think the interdisciplinary between mathematics, dance, music is very important to sit together maybe, and then to maybe can categorize what is benefit for not only the culture preservation, but to give a new knowledge for the new generation. That's very interesting, Prof. Peter.
Indeed, indeed. And I see how this connects with the students with learning difficulties as well.
Exactly.
It's an embodied experience, less of a cognitive experience.
All right, Pak Ali, it seems that we cannot wait for the future collaboration.
Yes.
Meanwhile, dance can be used to strengthen students with particular difficulties, like learning difficulties, so that they have their confidence in learning new things. Nice.
Great, great, nice.
Don't want to stop this session, actually, Pak Ali.
Can I just mention
Yes.
one more thing? In my presentation, I referred to Dr. Neni Mariana, primary mathematics educator at UNISA.
Yes.
So I'd love to see the connection between her department and what's going on here in the arts.
Yeah, because we deal with the younger generation, I think the approach that what your student did is very important, because we not only to see the dance is the dance as a dance form, but see the dance in a many tools that we can learn using mathematics, using music, and so on. But I think that the connection is very important, because now we deal with the younger generation more on digitalization. If we put together with the mathematics and dance and culture preservation, and also just now from Bima from Sri Lanka, actually it's very like interesting to see the combination of a new knowledge and we put together in one of the framework. It's very awesome, interesting when we talk about the inclusivity. Yeah.
Boleh
Yes.
bertanya, Ibu?
Ya, monggo Pak Roni, is that you, Pak?
Subianto Karoso,
Oh,
Ibu.
pangapunten, suaranya hampir sama. Pangapunten, ya, monggo Pak Sugianto.
Terima kasih, selamat siang. Setelah menyimak Prof tentang tari, bahwa di Mataram itu memang saya pernah belajar membaca ada joget Mataram, diantaranya Bedoyo Srimpi yang saya pelajari itu, bahwa Bedoyo memiliki filosofi yang sangat luar biasa, diantaranya makna dari 9 penari itu adalah simbol dari babahan Hawa Songo atau nafsu manusia. Empat itu yang pernah saya baca adalah Serimpi, Keblat Papat, Limo Pancer, yaitu tentang Supiah, Alu Amah, Amarah, dan Amu Amarah itu ya. Jadi Bapak kalau di tempat Bapak, apakah terutama yang saya pelajari itu karawitan dan tembang misalnya. Kalau ada beberapa tembang misalnya Podo gulangen ing kalbu ing sasmito amrih lantip, itu menunjukkan bahwa kita harus belajar untuk bijaksana, untuk lantip itu adalah pandangan ke depan yang sangat jauh begitu ya. Ada tembang lagi yang sangat filosofinya sangat mendalam, yaitu tan samar pamoring suksmo sinukmoyo winah yo ing sepi sinimpen telenging kalbu. Misalnya tembang-tembang pangkur ya, di dalam tembang Jawa itu sangat luar biasa. Kalau dikupas ini maknanya sangat mendalam. Apakah di tempat Prof itu ada jenis-jenis tembang yang semacam ini, ataupun bekso yang tadi disebutkan Wiromo Wirogo Wiroso itu, apakah di sana itu juga ada tembang-tembang atau tari yang bermakna semacam itu ya Prof ya? Terima kasih. Selamat siang Ibu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak
Sugianto.
Pak Sugianto. Kenapa saya in English or in bahasa Indonesia?
Feel free to use.
Feel free. Jadi pertama saya tuh berterima kasih karena ada diskusi seperti ini. Untuk melihat dua negara ini memang sebenarnya musik mereka itu berbeda. Jadi kalau melihat istilah yang tadi Bapak bilang itu memang kita di sini istilahnya ada pantun, Pak. Kalau di sana ada timbang-timbang dan mempunyai variasi-variasi yang lain, yang banyak, dan karena itu saya memilih dalam presentasi saya Culture Preservation is Yogyakarta karena saya di Jogja selama 3 tahun. Nah, apa yang menarik di sini adalah ketika saya di Jogja, tembang-tembang itu semua itu mempunyai cerita-cerita dan mempunyai nada-nada yang mempunyai karakter tersendiri. Nah, ketika di Malaysia, untuk karya seperti itu, untuk misalkan tari istana, kita cuma punya musik dan ada istilahnya pantun. Pantun, misalkan rangkap 1, 2, 3, 4, satu pantun, 4, satu pantun, 4, satu pantun. Nah, apa yang berlaku adalah di sini sebagai contoh, kalau untuk tari istana, mohon maaf, kita ada bermasalah untuk misalkan tari joget gamelan, dokumentasinya agak limitasi. Ketika saya belajar juga, kita cuma belajar musiknya, bukan lagu, musik dan lagu. Nah, cuman ada lagu istana di Kelantan, istilahnya tari asyik, dia mempunyai lagu, yang lagunya itu mempunyai makna tersendiri. Saya memberi contoh. Di istana kita menari, tari asyik, tari dirajo. So, dalam kalimat ini, dalam lagu ini menceritakan bahwa kita penari-penari asyik nari di istana, tari asyik, tari dirajo. Kita menari di depan raja. Sembopate menyusun jai, junjung kasih pada bagindo, menjunjung kasih kepada baginda. Jadi lagu-lagu seperti itu ada tetapi tidak banyak, Bapak. Itu jawaban saya. Semoga Bapak bisa menerima. I hope that you can receive my answer. I know it's not maybe not clear, but this is the example from based on what you ask. Matur nuwun, Pak.
Terima kasih, Prof. Terima kasih. Saya pernah belajar memang di Yogyakarta, di Pakualaman, demikian juga di di mana ini, di Kasultanan, Prof. Di Jawa Timur ini sangat luar biasa. Di Jawa Timur banyak budaya-budaya baik tari maupun iringan ya, gamelan ataupun pedalangan ini sangat luar biasa.
Betul.
Silahkan Prof nanti bisa ke Jawa Timur, mudah-mudahan bisa belajar bersama di Jawa Timur ya. Ragam-ragam geraknya juga berbeda. Ada ngiting, nyempurit, ya, ada ngerayung. Tetapi kalau Jawa Timur ada beberapa teknik yang tentunya berbeda dengan Jawa Tengah. Ya. Terima kasih Prof. Sehat selalu.
Sehat selalu Pak. Terima kasih Pak. Matur nuwun.
An open invitation, Dr. Fazli.
I love to explore dari Jawa Timur, tapi masih belum berkesempatan, insya Allah. Karena menjabat ya, Bu.
And I will provide several types of sambal from Jawa Timur.
Oh my God, this is my favorite. Thank you very much.
Halo.
Yes.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Ya, kalau di Jawa Timur lebih banyak variatif sekali, Bu, karena masing-masing lokal etnik itu mempunyai banyak variatif, baik itu tarinya banyak variatif sekali, karena ada Malangan, Banyuwangian, Madura, kemudian ada Mataraman yang khusus untuk bentuk-bentuknya ya memang, tapi Ponorogo juga punya style sendiri. Nah ini kalau Jawa Timur.
Yeah, sorry. It seems that the connection of Pak Bambang Sugianto is not good. Yes, thank you.
Sekali. Lah monggo kalau mau nanti circle dalam rangka itu.
Bisa, insya Allah.
Okay. Don't worry, Bapak Ibu. The committee provides an email address of the keynote speakers. So if you have no chance to ask the questions today, you may contact them in person via email. to Professor Taylor, Professor Indana Bimali, and Dr. Fazli. Bapak Ibu, now deeply sorry that we are at the end of our session because we still have very long sessions after this. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give a huge round of applause to our three keynote speakers this morning. Dr. Professor Taylor, Professor Indra Ratne, and Dr. Fazli. We are incredibly grateful for your time, generosity, and expertise. So to show our appreciation for your invaluable contribution to the conference, we would like to present you with a small token of gratitude. Mas Farhan, are you ready? Please share the certificate and let's start from Professor Taylor first. Yeah, okay. Professor Taylor and the certificate, Mas. You may count it, Mas Farhan.
This is digital.
Oh yeah, digital certificate. Sorry, digital certificate. Wait. Okay, one. Oh, sorry. It's the wrong one. Hello, Mas Farhan, or the other committee? Are you with us?
Okay.
Have you?
Yes.
Have you captured the certificate and Professor Taylor?
Yes.
All right. Now the second speaker, Dr. Fazli, and the certificate.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dihitung Mas Farhan. Okay. 1, 2, 3. And Dr. Fazli, the certificate can be taken directly in UNESA. So please go to UNESA. All right. Sudah Mas Farhan? Okay. Now our last beloved speaker, Professor Dr. Bimali Indraratne. Professor Bimali, have you turned on your camera? All right. Silakan Mas Farhan.
Thank you very much.
Okay, sudah selesai Mas Farhan?
Sudah, Bu.
Okay, thank you. So once again, thank you very much for our keynote speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our panel session, the first panel session of the day. Thank you for joining me. And over to you, Cecilia.
What an excellent discussion we had here in the first keynote session. Please give another round of applause to everyone. Yay! Thank you very much to our keynote speakers, Professor Peter Taylor, Dr. Fazli, and also Professor Bimali, for sharing your expertise today. And thank you also to Ms. Ainita for moderating the discussion. After our fruitful session, I'm sure everyone is already feeling more intrigued to discuss more. However, before moving on to the breakout session, I would like to inform you about our attendance list. As a part of our conference protocol, we kindly ask that you complete 2 attendance lists today. The first one will be in the morning after the first keynote session, which is now, and another one will be in the afternoon at the end of the conference. This will help us ensure that all participants are accounted for and allows us to provide accurate records for the event. Please make sure to sign the attendance list in the morning if you haven't done so already, and you can also find the link to the attendance form in the chat box. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and dearest participants, we are now moving on to the breakout session for our conference, where our distinguished speakers will present their papers according to the schedule. To ensure a smooth transition and to keep us on track, I will guide you through the process. Each speaker has been assigned to a specific breakout room. Please refer to the schedule provided in your conference materials to find your designated room. A room moderator will be there to ensure the flow of the presentation. So please join the room accordingly and have a great session. Thank you.
Tidak terluka.
Jumatan dulu nggih.
Iya, Pak.
Istirahat, sholat, makan nggih ini.
Iya, Pak. Di buku program ada Pak nama istirahat.
Share, share. Banyak. Share. Untuk saya, ini sudah
Mau tanya nak macam mana nak share slide ke masa presentation? Macam mana? Nak apa? Tanya nak share slide masa presentation. Habis lagi salah ni.
Itu
Dia
tutup.
tak tepin
Itu dah tutup dia punya tu.
Ha?
Dia punya.
Apa yang tutup? Tutup.
Tak, dia punya video tak ada kan?
Tak ada.
Tak buka video kan, nanti nampak pula umum.
Tak nak. Dah ada
Sesi B itu mulai pukul berapa nggih? Sesi B. Bu Sisilia, ya. Sesi B itu mulai pukul berapa ya, Bu?
Sebentar ya, Pak.
Iya. Soalnya ini mau anu dulu kalau memang belum habis selesai Jumatan mau anu sebentar.
20, Pak.
Baru selesai.
14.20 di PDF-nya itu.
Pukul berapa?
14.20 yang di PDF-nya itu.
Oh, baik. Berarti masih cukup untuk ini ya, makan siang dulu ini baru selesai
Oh,
Jumatan
makan
soalnya.
dulu aja, Pak. Nanti malah nggak bisa presentasi nanti.
Lemes nanti.
Iya, lemas.
Matur sembah nuwun.
Iya, sama-sama, Pak.
Ke pasar membeli tomat 1 kilo ditaruh di plastik. Keluarga EBS, ayo semangat menyukseskan EBS kreatif.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Arts, where every word and movement becomes an inspiring beauty. Together, we will explore the borderless world of education, creative expression, language learning, and arts.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Art, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. We are committed to creating clean and serving educational institutions. We also make the best effort to provide innovative educational services on the basis of local wisdom, science and technology development. This is to produce professional and adaptive graduates in the disruptive era. We are also determined to promote knowledge and innovation in languages, literature, art, and design, and disseminate them through collaboration with domestic and international partners.
The teaching and learning process at the Faculty of Languages and Arts is carried out through an exploration, discussion, collaboration, and participation-based approach. To provide the best learning experience, we believe that lecturers are both instructors and mentors in the development of learners' competence and creativity. With 14 undergraduate study programs, 4 graduate study programs, and 2 postgraduate study programs, the Faculty of Languages and Arts has received both national and international accreditations, which affirmed our focus in quality of a global standard. The Faculty of Languages and Arts is supported by teaching staff with master's and doctoral qualifications from domestic and foreign universities, as well as qualified and competent professors. We are also supported by professional and dedicated administrative staff who provides excellent service through the implementation of the Integrity Zone. With our excellent programs, we are committed to learning, conducting research, and conducting community services in the fields of linguistics, literature, arts, and design that are adaptive, innovative, incorporating local wisdom and a global vision, based on entrepreneurship in both educational and non-educational field of studies. The Faculty of Languages and Arts has many achievements at the national and international levels. Supported by superior facilities, the Faculty of Languages and Arts contributes to the development of high-quality and culturally conscious human resources. We are building networks with industries and communities, both at home and abroad. Students have the opportunities to participate in real-world projects and contribute their creativity to the establishment of FPS Creative, collaborative, hardworking, emphatic, adaptive, resilient, innovative, and flexible. As a part of our commitment to internationalization, our teaching staff and students have also been involved in various international mobility activities. The Faculty of Languages and Arts provides a representative environment for unlimited exploration within the languages and arts fields of study. With the latest technology in our language and art laboratories, as well as creative studios, we encourage and guide students to develop their creativity. Together, we create human resources with excellent characters who are professional and competitive.
FBS Creative.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all had a refreshing break and are ready to continue with our exciting program. We are about to begin another highly anticipated keynote session. I trust you have enjoyed the previous sessions and had the opportunity to connect with fellow participants. I would also like to remind you to complete the first attendance list provided in the Zoom chat. We will use this information to send you your attendance certificates. For our next session, we will have two remarkable speakers. The first one, we will have Dr. Ahmad Munir from Universitas Negeri Surabaya, and then Professor Dr. Mansur Muhammad Nur from Institut Kajian Etnik University Kebangsaan Malaysia. It is my pleasure to introduce our moderator for this session, Dr. Ririn Pusparini. The floor is yours.
Thank you, ICC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ririn Pusparini, the moderator of the second panel session in this seminar. I'm very pleased to see you all here and welcome all of you to the second panel session. There will be two honorable and distinguished keynote speakers who will deliver two great topics. Before I introduce our two keynote speakers, let me inform how the presentation will be going on. First, our two first keynote speakers will be invited to present the topics. After that, there will be question and answer sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, our first keynote speaker is Pak Munir, PhD. He is an associate professor of English teacher education at Universitas Negeri Surabaya. He has obtained master and PhD from Monash University in English language education. His research interests include English teaching education, theorizing practice, personal practice theory, English language skills, and classroom discourse. He is currently the coordinator of master program in English language education at Universitas Negeri Surabaya. In this panel session, Pak Munir will present about promoting inclusion and diversity through materials development in English teacher education program at UNESA. It is the result of Pak Munir's research. And our second keynote speaker is Professor Dr. Mansur Muhammad Nur. He is a professor in the Society of Ethnic Relations. At present, he is an honorary professor at the Institute of Ethnic Studies, KRTA or KITA, University Kebangsaan Malaysia. He was the last cluster head of National Unity, Council of Malaysian Professor. He obtained his bachelor degree from University Sains Malaysia, master degree from University of Canterbury Christchurch, New Zealand, and PhD from University of Bristol, United Kingdom. His major teaching and research areas are sociology of ethnic relations development, religion and political sociology. He was involved in the writing and training of trainers for the process of ethnic relations and appreciations of ethnic and civilization. Among the publications are The Study of Ethnic Alignment, a New Technique and Implications of Malaysia, Ethnic and Racial Studies, Patton and Mansur in 1992. And the latest publications is on Changing Ethnic Boundaries, Social Differentiations in the Malaysian Nation, Roots of Malaysian Stability, 2021. His latest research works are on the National Cohesion Index of Malaysia, 2022, Shared Prosperity Vision, Concept and Strategy Papers on Nation Building as Inputs for the 12th Malaysian Development Plan, 2020, and the Unity Policy of Selangor. His research areas are in Malaysia and the Asian countries. His research works provide inputs in policy making and public advocacy discourses. He is a member of an international American and Malaysian sociological associations. And in this panel session, Prof. Mansur will present about understanding and the dynamism of the nation in the post-colonial countries of ASEAN, the implications on the study of nation culture and literature. Dear participants, Pak Munir has recorded his session since he has an important meeting at the same time. He will join us using mobile phone. Now, without further ado, let's enjoy the video of Pak Munir's presentations. Become with it, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, all the participants of ICCSAL 2024. I would like to share my talk about promoting inclusion and diversity through materials development in English teacher education program at UNESA. I would like to thank the participants as well as the committee for running this international conference and inviting me to be one of the key note speakers in this international conference. I feel honored to be part of this conference. The idea of my presentation is I would like to show you what UNESA has done, especially the English teacher education programs at UNESA have done to promote inclusion and diversity through materials development. I'm at the moment the coordinator of master's program of English teacher education. I used to be the coordinator of undergraduate program of English teacher education. That's why my talk today is to share my experiences to promote inclusion and diversity through materials development in English teacher education program at UNESA. I would like to cover several topics before I share my experience. First, I would like to talk about the teacher competencies in the 21st century, and then I will move on to the current policy about materials development in Indonesia in relation to the promotion of teachers, preparation of teachers' competencies in the 21st century, and how the materials development courses in English teacher education programs in UNESA prepares teachers, English teachers for the future jobs of materials development. And I will also share with you the existing UNESA students project on materials development. I will share with you samples of their work and what these samples show us about the contents of the materials that they develop, what's lacking, and this is the main talk about the initiative, the examples of diversity and inclusion in materials development initiatives of UNESA. And I would like to end with the conclusion and implications. Yeah, the teacher competence in the 21st century cover many aspects. If you see the literature, there are different conceptions of 21st century teachers. Some of them are presented here, that today's teacher should be able to magnify meaning in the classroom. So through their interaction with the learners in the classroom, they should be able to make meaning, to make students make meaning of their learning, and the meaning should be magnified by the teachers. Small meaning, but the teachers can magnify it. So this is one of the competencies in of the 21st century teachers. 21st century teachers also able to elevate experience in the classroom. Yeah. So the I think maybe small experience, yeah, not many experiences, but it should be elevated to a different level, to a higher level. It's not just memorization. Yeah, for example, experience in the classroom, but more than that. A teacher should be able to make students magnify the meaning, you know, from the experience that they have. Yeah. That means elevating the experience, yeah, from just memorization to more than that. Yeah, application up to finally to creation. Yeah, if you refer to Bloom's revised taxonomy. The third, the 21st century teachers should be able to create curriculum, yeah, to make the curriculum operational, yeah, in the classroom, yeah. So that is very important, yeah, competence, because very often the curriculum is top down, yeah, given by the government, yeah, and they just should implement the curriculum. But if they can, yeah, contextualize the curriculum, yeah, to fit the context, to fit the students' needs, yeah, then that is 21st century teacher competence, yeah. The 21st century teachers should also be able to amplify agency. Yeah, students as a learner, as autonomous learner, they you know, the agency that they can be the controller of their own learning. The students, I mean, yeah, the teacher's role is to amplify, yeah, the agency, so to strengthen that. Oh, look, just like convincing the students that they can be autonomous, they can set their own directions and so on. Yeah. But to pass the barriers, yeah, they just should be able to come up with solution, yeah, or the problems in the classroom. 21st century teachers should also be able to teach technology. Yeah, yeah. So we have TPACK, for example, teaches pedagogical and content knowledge, and this is very important. Yeah, indicators of features, yeah, the competence of the current 21st century teachers. Yeah, revamp, yeah, change roles, yeah, from not only manager, also motivator, so many different roles, yeah, in the class that the teacher should be able to play. Yeah. Out of this, in addition to these digital, there are also other competencies, yeah, in different conception by different authorities, yeah. Yeah, to create a positive and inclusive learning environment where learners feel safe to share their thoughts and ideas. So this is, part of the elevation of experience, yeah, to be able to create positive and inclusive learning environment. Yeah, they feel safe to share their thoughts and ideas. Yeah. The 21st century should also encourage active participation, collaboration among learners, to enhance their learning experience. C, 4Cs, and now becoming 6Cs. Yeah. So in line with that, yeah. To identify the 21st century teachers should also be able to identify unique strengths and weaknesses of every learner. Yeah. So, they should be able to, amplify an agency, right? So yeah, the learners should be encouraged, should also be motivated. Yeah, should also look, we know that you have weakness, but no, don't worry. Yeah, we can always cover up. Yeah, say something like that, saying to the students. Yeah, and they should be able to design. Yeah, individualized learning plans. Yeah, so learning plans. Yeah, individualized learning plan, part of the creating a curriculum. Yeah, when all in all, at 21st century, teachers should provide high quality lessons. Yeah. Why? Yeah, high quality lessons. Well, creating own material is one of the ways. Yeah, to show that. Of course, not all available or commercial materials. 100% suitable to. Sometimes they have to, select, maybe adapt. Yeah, and if the materials have they're not available that suit their needs, the learners' needs, individuals learning, for example, then teachers should be able to create their own materials. So the 21st century teachers are in line with the Indonesian teachers' competence, based on the Indonesian law of 2005, 2005, yeah. Teacher and lecturers law, or competencies, professional competence, knowledge about the content, and how to teach it, professional competence, pedagogical competence, knowledge about learning sources. Why? Because if they have the learning sources, they can maximize the learning sources, the use of learning sources to achieve the learning objectives. And part of the pedagogical competence is the ability to use adaptive technology for instructions. The third competence, the teachers' competence standards in it is social competence. They should have communication skills, communicating with teachers, other teachers, the colleagues, with the government, with also with parents, and lastly, personal competence. Teachers have to be able to be role models, for learners, So there are many indicators, of course, for these competencies, and the indicators are there stated in the regulation by the Director General of Teachers, and educational staff. Well, these are in line with the 21st century teacher competence. Now, what about the, as I said, creating own material is also part of giving the high quality teachers, and should be able to the 21st century teachers should also know the learning sources, and how to maximize the learning sources, to achieve the learning. Well, materials in Indonesian regulation is under the process standard. Indonesia has 8 standards of education. One of them is process standard. Process standard, planning, implementing, and evaluating. So, and materials development is part of the planning. The Indonesian teachers should be able to state the objectives, and then should state what will be used to achieve the learning objectives. In the choice of the what will be used to achieve the objective, or the choice of materials have to accommodate gender differences, cultural differences, local linguistic differences, religious belief differences, characteristics and needs of differences of the learners. Yeah. The Indonesian government has provided course books. Yeah. Yeah. One of the rules. Yeah. Of course, if you look at the processes of curriculum development, then that's part of the processes based on Richards 2017. Yeah. However, in the regulation, the Permendikbud Ristek 16/2022, teachers are also encouraged to supplement the materials, the government materials with other materials. Now, this is what we have, the reality of English course books in Indonesia. Well, as I said, based on the Permendikbud 2016/2022, the government provides textbooks. Publishers also provide textbooks. The teachers, what about these textbooks? Yeah, well, based on the studies that I have read and reviewed, yeah, not everyone is happy with the alignment with Merdeka curriculum. This is the alignment. Yeah, the commercial textbooks as well as the government textbooks are not 100% in line with the Merdeka curriculum in terms of the the learning outcomes, yeah, as well as the skills that have to be covered there. Yeah. And then others are concerned about the illustrations and visual, yeah, to no interest. Very often the students find it dull. The book is dull, not interesting. Other studies have found that the directions, yeah, for the tasks in the textbooks, in the course books, are not clear to the students. Yeah, sometimes very long. Yeah, not concise. Yeah, so that the students are confused what to do with the tasks. Other researchers are concerned about the local and foreign cultural representations over there. Yeah, conflict sometimes. Yeah, this is the what the foreign culture has said, and this is the local. And students find it confusing, yeah, because there is a conflict there. And other researchers have found, unfair representation. I mean, there's too much about Indonesian. About some Indonesian culture has been there, yeah, but not fair. The coverage. Indonesia is a multicultural country, but the representations of the Indonesian culture, yeah, is not fair. Yeah. These are the current reality. So this is of course the teacher education job, to be able to prepare teachers who can at least who can develop their own materials to supplement the existing materials. Why? Because teacher education graduate profiles for undergraduate and masters, English teachers, yeah, English teachers, undergraduate and masters, and others are edutechpreneur, yeah, edutechpreneur, yeah, edutechpreneurs, yeah. That's why in UNESA there are some courses offered to the students to prepare them to be materials developer. In undergraduate program, we have to develop materials and materials development for teaching practicum. In master's program, we have materials development, ELT, and materials and media development. Yeah. Well, at least, with these two in undergraduate and two in master's program, UNESA has attempted to provide theory and practice of materials development, yeah, and also prepare them to be able to implement curriculum, develop materials, to supplement the course books, yeah. Well, these are examples of the current textbooks, sorry, the current materials developed by students in UNESA through their materials development projects. Well, they have already developed materials. If you look at the examples, this materials developed by Nugraini Rahma and Permatasari 2023, and they come from the 2021 cohorts. Look, this is a chapter on folklore from various countries. Well, at least they they show the students that different countries have different folklores. You see Chinese folklore, and this is from USA, and this is from Indonesia. Look, the students who have developed this materials development project have got some idea. Look, cultural diversity should be introduced in the materials to the materials on different folklores, for example. Students try. I mean, the student teachers who develop this materials development project want to introduce this to students. So 3 different cultures, folklores, cultural products. Now this is another project. This is part of the lesson plan, and this is the materials. You see, there's a well, there are 2 different cultural tourism objects in Indonesia, palace, Majapahit Palace, and this is a Buckingham Palace. So comparing to different cultures, Indonesian, that of Indonesian and that of the English-speaking country, Norman 2022. Another project by students, on cultural diversity too. This is traditional sports. This is traditional sports. This is e-sports. Traditional Indonesian sports. Sumo wrestling is not from Indonesia. Pancasila is Indonesia. Kabaddi. See, students are even the topics of sports can be used by the students. Zulfikri and Kafi. This is of master's program. Esports. This is a fandom. Korean and non-Korean. You see the depictions of Indonesian students over here. Virus and Putri 2024. Now we've got a master's students program. Master students project. Students materials development on cultural diversity too. Zulfikar and Nurul, popular Indonesian dishes, introducing Indonesian, Indonesian beverages and desserts, and this is regional and fusion cuisines in Indonesia. See, students are very creative here in bringing cultural differences into materials development, comparing Indonesian, dishes and the beverages and Indonesian dishes, but with fusions, fusion, a combination, traditional plus Western maybe. Now, as you can see here, the previous projects, students are able to show cultural diversity, cultural diversity, especially in the topics, but inclusion is not there. Inclusion is not there. That's why using these materials this is developed, UNESA has started an initiative on developing a model for students for materials development that includes inclusion and diversity. Why? Because UNESA is now one of the key centers in UNESA is inclusive education. You see our rector was given an award by Ministry of Social Welfare, Bu Risma. Why? Because that's what is actually UNESA doing to promote inclusion and diversity. Inclusion was missing. That's why the initiative was for the English departments. So the programs in English departments, English education, undergraduate education, English education, undergraduate and masters, as well as the English literature program. So we have already a place to put the materials. We call it NCL, the material. National Center for English Language Teaching Materials Development. Over there, we have already put materials on various topics for speaking, and we also put materials for reading on diversity and inclusion. But if you click here, diversity and inclusion, it's not available 100%. Samples are there. So the initiative of Materials Development Project was actually funded by the UNESA Research Grant. 18 lecturers participated in the program, 3 graphic designers and 3 project leaders. Dr. Andy Sirosky from the University of York, who is also an adjunct professor at Faculty of Languages at UNESA. And Professor Prativi Nadia from UNESA. Using ER principles, extensive reading, using using let's say Asia and Literacy Cloud as learning materials as the starting point. Why? Because the initiative of this one, the Materials Development for Reading, is an extension of the extensive reading activities. The pre-activity is actually reading one of the books in, let's say, Asia or Literacy Cloud, and then expand it into an activity that includes inclusion and diversity. So we've got 36 topics covered in the textbooks. This is 36 topics that have been covered. If there is a will, there is a way, disability awareness. So see, the topics cover inclusion and diversity. So okay, let's look at the products in the UNESA initiative. This is a topic on inclusion, gender issue. So this is the worksheet that I wrote as part of the team. Value the work, not gender. Because the text is from this one, Literacy Cloud. The text Betty, Betty's bulldozer. Betty's bulldozer, and that's the title of the book over there. This one, and this is an expansion of the reading into worksheet materials. value the work, not gender. Yeah. Read the story entitled Betty's Bulldozer, Work in Pairs and do activity A and activity B. So yeah, basically reading, but it's brought to speaking. Yeah. In the story, wants to be a bulldozer mechanic. There is a masculine job. She has her parents' support. Yeah. Think of someone who whose job is considered uncommon. Yeah, see, people job titles. So encouraging students to think of different ways. Yeah, stereotype, for example. Yeah. And for so the worksheet. Yeah. Always covers activities and teachers notes, and there is an addition here, the text, and this is a note on the ER, extensive reading principles. Yeah. Now, religious gender. This is the story based on the strong women. Is my mother. And this is also from Literacy Cloud. In this story, Mrs. Nani has been quoted saying, "Nothing happens without Allah's permission." Different ways, of saying in different situation, maybe different ways of different culture. So encouraging, talks about expression in different emotional time. Now, this is inclusion, learners with special needs. This is based on Just Right. Just Right is from Let's Read Asia. This is Let's Read Asia. According to the text, Priya, the girl in a wheelchair, goes to the new school. On her first day, she has butterflies in her tummy, and she does not know what to expect. All right, look at these statements below and indicate whether or not it's okay to assume that. Or say different ways. Rate on a scale from 1 to 10 how disability aware Indonesia is. See, so the materials here draw students awareness on the people with special needs, especially learners with special needs. This is another learners with special needs. We are always here for you, based on let's play together that story. See, has had his leg amputated. He's sad and depressed, and by having the materials, we try the initiative of UNESA. We try to provide models for the teachers, as well as later for the students. To how to include inclusion and diversity topics in the materials. This is another inclusion. Look, so in conclusion, once again, the book has the materials has been released and published in 2024. Just this month. And we will upload in the website, the NCE Ultimate website on diversity and inclusion very soon. This is like a spill for you all. To visit our website nceultimate.unesa.ac.id. So in conclusion, English Teacher Education Program Center have initiated programs because undergraduate and postgraduate have initiated, as well as the English literature. English literature is not part of the English education program, but what we have here, that we jointly initiated inclusion and diversity materials. This will be used as a model for the promotion of inclusion and diversity in materials development courses at undergraduate and master program at UNESA. Yeah. And this will be also the next, of course, the materials that we have already published and will be uploaded in the NCE Ultimate website. Yeah. Will be used for model for materials development projects at undergraduate and master's program, in the coming years, 2024, the new cohorts, and it will also be used in to train in-service teachers in Indonesia, the materials development that accommodate inclusion and diversity. Yeah. So yes, this is it. My presentation. I wish that you enjoy the conference, and if you have questions, we would like to. I'd like to be happy to. I'll be very happy to answer your question. Thank you very much, the committee, and I'll leave it to you, the moderator. Let me finish. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Munir. It's very interesting. Okay, so I think teachers need to develop this kind of materials because you know that teachers not only teach students about the materials, but also teachers have to concern about students, diversity, so that students also have to be able to appreciate others, not only the different characteristics, but also maybe the different appearance. Thank you very much, Pak Munir. Well, dear participants, please keep your questions for Pak Munir, PhD. And now, please allow me to welcome the second keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Mansur Muhammad Nur. Good afternoon, Professor. Okay, and it is your time to present the topic. Professor, good afternoon. Still I'm
Prof. Mansur.
Professor, Prof. Mansur. Okay, Prof. Mansur still in mute, so that maybe I need to remind the participants. I invite all the participants' questions. If you want to ask question, please raise your hand virtually. Okay. Later, after Prof. Mansur present the topic, and you also can write the questions in the chat box. But okay, Prof. Mansur. Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Prof.
Good afternoon.
Okay, Prof. Okay, could you please open the camera, Prof, so that
Okay.
okay.
Where's the camera? Where's the camera?
Okay. So, Prof, the time is yours. Okay, so you can start to present your topic.
Thank you very much. How do I upload my slide? How do I upload my slide?
Oh, okay. Can we help you,
Prof.
Mansur? Can we help you?
My slide presentation.
Okay.
Can I upload?
Oh, okay. So, Prof. Mansur,
Yeah.
do okay.
So how do?
Right.
Macam mana? How? Yeah. Dan anak upload how to upload?
Ya, Abi buka slide.
Dah upload where?
Dah buka slide Abi utama yang di sini tu.
Hah?
Buka yang dalam komputer ni slide.
Dah buka dah.
Ada screen dulu ni. Oh, tak ada
Share
yang.
screen, Prof. Maybe you can click share screen.
Okay, lepas tu pergi balik kat Zoom tadi.
Ha.
Pergi balik kat Zoom. Okay. Ni slide.
Mana?
Di panel bawah ada share.
Alright.
Yeah.
Is it on?
You have found? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
It's clear.
Great.
So, sorry, old man.
No problem, Prof.
Thank you very much for inviting me to give a keynote. Actually, today I just want to share my life journey as an intellectual. I won't really read the slides because my understanding of myself now is basically through my reading of novels, of fictions, of documentary, and even cartoon when I was young, when I was 12 years old. And that prepared me for my sociological journey, because I'm a sociologist, because I'm very concerned about society, about poverty, about inequality, about nationalism, about espionage, and all those things. And I think literary work have prepared me for my academic journey now, which means that I can see the relationship between literary work and academics should be hand in hand together, because that becomes the basis to provide the intellectual framework to work on. Because if we don't have an expanding horizon of intellectual horizon, then we're writing something which is very, very much close to our personal experience, our love, our family, our villages, and all those. So that's what I always argue, that most discipline of social sciences, be it sociology, anthropology, literature, English, and all those, we are basically under a very small coconut shell. If sociologists, we only study about society, social stratification, about class. If you are linguist, then you are more exposed to the linguistic, all the structure and all those things. Understand? So I always argue, as I reach this age now, I think no, each discipline of the social sciences should go beyond its coconut shell, go beyond its main core ilmu. And I think in life, it's not about just life, love, eating, working, and all. It's about prosperity. It's about nationhood, about civilization. And often, because of our narrow focus of each discipline, we tend to be very narrow in how we see our knowledge application. And I think based on that experience, I think literary work should go beyond the normal discourse. And I noticed that in Malaysia, novels, literary work being written are basically about life, about love, about justice, about that. But to me, we seldom discuss about the critical race relation theory, about diversity, what the previous presenter was talking about. And then we very seldom talk about nationalism, about nation, about colonialism, about how we are being exploited under the name of progress, under the name of investment. Understand? I think these are things that I think I want to share that we need to know that intellectual framework for literary work, for novelists, for short story writer can work on. And I think to do that one, not only we need to go beyond discourse about justice, about love, but also about prosperity, about progress, about nation building, about nation, about civilization, and even about what we call the changing, what we call geopolitics. Example, before we Asian country, this is what we fail to understand. We need to see how our life in a very long durée, in a long-term perspective of histories, rather than just a snapshot of my family, and not before, not after. So that's what I think. This long durée historical approach in sociology, in literary work, in anthropology should be the basis of our development of an intellectual framework that take into account of beyond our daily life experiences and families. So I think I want to start because I'm talking about giving the intellectual framework of Malaysian literary work, Indonesian, and other Asian countries. I think we need to understand our root base is the Malay Nusantara archipelago and civilization. And now we have lost to understand that, because nowadays the colonial trained us to understand, to talk about Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, and all those in terms of a modern and what we call colonial modern state making. Then we see that we are totally separated, divided, not linked to one another. So I think we need to understand that the maritime society of the Malay Nusantara archipelago and civilization world are basically how define our identities as belonging to the region, to the cultural spheres, because most of our forefathers, they migrate everywhere, or they merantau. They travel around, and not only in Java, not only Sumatra, not only Semenanjung, in Philippines, and everywhere. I think this is something that we need to take to understand that we are agriculture producer, we are extraction of tin and iron, we are wayfarer, we are traders. That's why, based on that, we notice that most of our kingdom, be it in Kalimantan, in Java, in Sumatra, in the Malay Peninsula, and other islanders in the maritime society of the Malay Nusantara world, we notice that it always begins as a port, as administrative center, as what we call the sultanate, that developed into what we call prosperity, civilization, and all those. And I noticed that despite the fact that we belong to the same cultural sphere world, we do have different sub-ethnic background. We are Javanese, what we call Minangkabau, we have Bugis and all those things, we have Melayu and all those. But one thing we are all bonded by the Malay language, the Malay culture, and if the changing in terms of religion to Islam lately, but at least Islam the religion that we focus on is on value, That's why in our forefathers, and how they develop the political institution, the sultanate, they always talk about negotiation, they talk about compromises, they talk about building consensus and peaceful coexistence. And I think this, that we need to understand how we, the sub-ethnic grouping in the Malay Nusantara world, come together, are bonded by that by that what we call parameters of Malay language, Malay culture, and Islam. And in fact, other civilization from India, from China, that came to do businesses and stay and married here, they also they are intertwined. They are linked within that what we call the so-called indigeneity of culture, of language, and religion. And I think this is something that we need to understand, that despite the fact that we are now a modern state, diverse country and nation, yet basically we should not lose pace with that maritime society of the Malay Nusantara as a bond. That's why many scholars, Tan Malaka, Permandoy Antatur, Hamka, even in Malaysia, Zakban, they talk about we are basically Rompong Melayu. We are the big Malay family. So this is a thing that should be highlighted as we discuss how when the colonialism came, they cut that off from our understanding. Because when the British came, they are more concerned to how to develop Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, all those so that they can extract, they can take away back the profits, and they are more interested in building a modern nation. In that case, they accepted that what we call the Malay Sultanate socio-political indigenous system, yet they come up with a modern state that emphasizes capitalism, that lies colonial ideology of colonialism, and how they develop a plural society. And from there they interpret that the plural society is a pathway to building multiculturalism. Yet we notice that organic independence, because most of these countries and nations in the ASEAN are basically the whole society, in which one must recognize, one must accept the indigeneity. So I think what happened, there is this contestation between the indigenous and what I call the Asian diaspora from India, from China, and all those. And I think this I think that we need to be aware of, so that we know that the Western country rejected multiculturalism. We look at Australia, we look at England, we look at Germany, we look at French, and yet the discourse in Malaysia, and sometimes I do listen that the discourse in Indonesia too, we talk about the discourse of multiculturalism. To me, multiculturalism cannot be the solution to nation building, to the building a very socially and politically cohesive citizen of the country. That's why this I think that I want to raise, and what I want to show of lately, and this is taking place in Western country, in Canada, in America, in New Zealand, in Australia, in Hawaii, but our region still what we call has yet to be aware of that changing. Because one thing I noticed, when I look at Malaysian experiences, they say Malaysia, before, yes, we are very rumpun Malay world, but then with the Asian diaspora, the British brought in, so we have what we call a plural society. But one thing we noticed that that plural society has been changing, because it has now with development, industrialization, and migration, we notice that people have experienced middle classes, cosmopolitan, so they have move around everywhere, and not only in terms of residence and work, but also in terms of culture. And I think this is something that we need to understand. That's why to me, at some point, notice that Malaysia, maybe in the Malay world, Nusantara discourse, we were diverse society, but within our Rompum Malay groups. But then when the British came, they brought in capitalism, and they formed the society based on a rationalized, based plural society. So colonialism has this racial ideology. The white is at the top, the brown and the yellow at the bottom, and all those things. That's why they are a very divisive society. But in Malaysia, at least in Malaysia, we notice that with the implementation of the new economic policy, where before that the Malay were poverty, were in rural area, were in the what we call subsistence farming, and NEP through education, through job placement, all those things, reorganize the structure of the society from plural society to multi-ethnic. And then we noted that the post-reformasi, what we call era, with economic development, with societal well-being, and we noticed that the country, not only the Malay world, Rumpun Melayu, not only the plural society, the multi-ethnic, but now we are a super diversity. Just like Indonesia, we have not only from Asian countries working and living with us, but also from other countries beyond the Asian region. I think this is something that we need to understand. And then I noticed that our culture, in terms of tradition, modernity, nexus has changed. And because it is no more Malay-centric, no more what we call Islamic-centric. Now it's getting more and more cosmopolitan, more modernity, and more and the lifestyle is more progressive. And I think this is something that we need to understand. Wherein before we are living within the Malay grouping of the Nusantara Malay world, then we encounter the Asian workers coming to work on our mining and agriculture activity. But later on, we managed to break down the segregation, and that developed a new culture from concern from ethno-religious to ethnic. Now we are more concerned with modernity, cosmopolitan, and we see us as what we call Malaysian, as a united and accepting diversity. I think this is something that we need to understand. And then in Malaysia, we notice that the discourse nowadays shouldn't be about ethnic differences, diversity in the cultural per se, because I think it's better to use a newly constructed concept to suit the changing social reality. I would prefer to talk about Malaysian political discourse in terms of generation. The first generation are ethno-religious of the Alam Melayu. But during the colonialism, we talk about they talk about ethno-religious in terms of diverse, what we call regional cultural. But later on, we notice that with independent, they know they are ethno-religious, but they are Malaysian. So they have the nation, and the nation with them, the citizenship. But later we notice that they move to a bigger discourse of identity, in which the third generation, they look at themselves as narrative of Malaysian nation, and they have more, they share tremendous similarities despite their differences. So I think and that's why we notice that based on my study, we look at how Malaysian put ethnic and what we call universistic behavior, cosmopolitan behavior. We noticed that Malaysians in 1990, when I began the study, to 2020, my latest work, and notice that ethnic differences, ethnic concern are not the basis of Malaysia. And they put more what we call cosmopolitan, justice, liberty, material gain, and all those things rather than ethnic differences. Now, if we look at Malaysian from the international perspective, from 2007, in 2007, the Global Peace Index ranking of Malaysia was 37. But we look now, with development, with technological changes, with what we call middle classes, cosmopolitan, and all those things. We notice that Malaysians are able to live socially united, and we notice that Malaysia is ranking number 10 in the world in terms of Global Peace Index. And I think we should move away from the colonial discuss about our society as basically racial or racial dimension or ethnic dimension. No, we should go beyond that. And that's why that I want to bring to my last section, when we need to talk about the changing based on what I saw in my Malaysian studies, that we are no more what the British created as with their racial ideology. That's why I noticed that in Malaysia nowadays, there are still who are very pro-British, thinking that probably the British would be much better to come back and rule the country, to be developed and to be progressive on those things. But we look at what the riot going on in England now. I think we shouldn't be guided by them. Okay, but the problem with us, this is something where colonialism came in and extract and take profit away. They were they have gone. We have get independent, but new form of neocolonialism, when they came in as an economic agent, and now even though we gain independence, we have our own leaders. We are still caught with the coloniality. We still think that the West is still better than us, the indigenous group. And I think this is something that sometimes in our own country we have diverse political discourse. Yet in the larger society, we live happily ever after. We can respect the differences. We can work together. But the problem is that this is I think we should learn from what is happening now, the shifting narrative that's happening now in Canada, in America, in New Zealand, in Australia, and all other countries who were once colonized by foreign power. Because ultimately, colonialism, they came to deny and to reject indigenous. So they don't want we to be in political position. They don't want our political culture. They don't want to be our values. They want to be their way of life. That's why when they came to our world, they think that we are lazy, we are undeveloped, we are savage, that we cannot work together. And that's a problem with the Western discourse. But lately, I noticed this so-called pro-colonial discourse are slowly being questioned. For example, I noticed that in Canada, the Asian diaspora, the one that came from Vietnam, go and refugees stay in Canada among the First Nation, they realize that they have to be grateful and thankful and then defend the interests of the indigenous group. And then some of them think, no, we should relate ourselves to how they see the world. Because the indigenous are not concerned about profit making, about capitalism, about material. It's about community life, about sharing. Understand? And it is this a thing that we need to. And I think lately this group of people, be in Hawaii or be in Canada, they are coming up with, look, we must work hand in hand with the indigenous group on your own narrative of what the nation should be. And basically, that's what I want to share, because I think these are things that we those concerned about literary work should look in. We should debunk colonial knowledge. We must reinterpret our Malay world civilization in order for us to understand the modern state that make us different. That at least we are so different from another. Because I think if we can debunk, we can decolonize, we can put aside the colonial discourse for their own benefit, and instead let's place our indigenous discourse in how we see the world, to work together, not only with the same ethnic group, but with other ethnic group and other what we call diaspora from the Asian and the other world. And I think these are the basis for us to understand. And I think that should be an intellectual framework that we could provide from the sociologists to those working in the literary world. With that, I say thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Mansur. Okay, and now we can move to answer question and answer. Okay, well, because there are two questions for Pak Munir, but it seems that Pak Munir has responded or answered all the questions. So it is related to AI, whether it is necessary for teacher to to develop the materials and also the materials for special students. Maybe Pak Munir can repeat it again, the explanation, so that all of us here can listen it proceed well about those
Thank
two
you.
questions.
Thank you, Puridin, for the time. Just sorry to all the participants. At the moment, unable to give direct presentation for the fear of signals. Thank you to Nila for the questions, and Purana. Who Nila has asked me about the my opinion about AI powered websites to help us design materials that promote inclusion and diversity. Well, I think AI powered websites are our companion. I think we should embrace the development of technology. I think one of the discussion by Professor Taylor this morning was also about whether the future of our human mankind will be replaced by AI. But I don't think so, because behind AI is human. That's why I believe that when we provide promotion on inclusion and diversity to the AI developers, I believe that the AI powered websites will be more aware of the inclusion and diversity, and teachers like us can make use of the AI to develop, to design our materials. Then I believe that our materials will be much more engaging, much more interesting, more colorful, and more interactive in nature. I think that's my answer for Bu Nila Syarifunisa, Bu Didin. And for Bu Ratna, yes, we are now working on the promotion of inclusion and diversity in our materials development project. I think the future project can be developing materials for students with disability, and just last week I accompanied a visitor to UNESA Inclusion Center, yeah, and they told me that they have projects on developing tools for um, disabled students in UNESA. They say, for example, they are now developing tools that can help disabled students in UNESA that can communicate between students who have disability in the sight, losing low visibility, low vision ability, and students with deaf students. So, two different disabilities, but they can communicate. That they are now working on the tools and they have friends, and I believe that they can help us with the project in the future, Bu Ratna. So yes, the book that we are now developing, or we have already published this month, hasn't been uploaded. Yeah, waiting for the leaders, Dr. Andre Jiroski and Prof. Prativirna Dia, to agree on uploading the materials in the section of inclusion and diversity, including materials in NCEL TMED. It happens that I'm now the chief of the NCEL TMED and will work on it very soon. That's my answer, Bu Ririn.
Okay, thank you, Pak Munir. Maybe all teachers wants to know about this. Talking about materials in NCRT Math. Is it paid or free, Pak Munir?
Yeah, this is free. Free. It's free for the members. That's why at the moment we have around 600 members. We are now also inviting international members for the materials developers as well as materials users. Yeah. To get the materials that you can download, you should register yourself, to become members, and it's free, and you will be able to download the materials, including the materials on eco-literacy, for example. So we've got materials on eco-literacy, and that is very soon the materials on inclusion and diversity. We've got 114 pages at that time, over there, Bu Ririn. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I think it's a very good news for all teachers because all teachers can up or say download it. Yeah, can download all materials.
And they can also participate in developing the materials. Yeah, Bu Ririn. Yeah, there is an option for the members to upload materials. So that the materials are also there. Yeah, to be used by other teachers in the world. Yeah.
So teachers not only able to download but also upload the material
Yes,
as the
indeed.
activities.
Yeah.
So it's very good. So maybe after this you can share the link of the website. Pak
Yes, I will. Yeah. If possible, the committee can also share my PowerPoints to Ririn.
Okay, thank you, Pak Munir. Okay, and Prof. Mansur is a very informative and interesting materials. Also talking about literature and also academics. So when we talk about literary works, of course, we will talk about personal beliefs, life, personal experience, and consent. Okay, there is one question for Prof. Mansur. It is from Pak Ali, our chairman in the seminar. So I will read the question. What do you think about people's power and social change in Malaysia, which give impacts to Malaysian identity in general? As the country which had been colonized by England, of course, Malaysia is now struggling to get rid of the shadow of colonialism. Could you please share your personal point of view about that, Professor?
Thank you, moderator, Ibu Ririn.
Yes, Prof.
And Pak Ali for the question. Actually, people's power is more developed in Indonesia. Malaysia took 20 years to follow the transformation that happened in Indonesia in 19 early, late 90s. Example, we changed the political scenario, which was so corrupt, development failures that play with cronies, with kakaan. It took us 20 years to change the government in 2018, which means that that happened actually because of the government delivery of development, of good governance that they had, that they practice, that generate economic growth, that generate what we call changing Malaysian from a poor country to a middle class, rural, very rural subsystem to urban, commercial, industrial. Before we were, now we are cosmopolitan, understand, and very, very diverse. And in fact, in Malaysia now, I think we compared to Indonesia, is more moving towards super diversity. Because Malaysia now, not only from the Malay world migrate and stay there, but also from the Asian countries, but also from the other part of the world. And I think this is something that government nowadays need to what we call understand the changing society. But one thing I can notice, Malaysian political elites and political parties and NGO are still playing the British colonial discourse of racial cards, of racism, of racial ideology, of racial-based party. I think in Indonesia you don't have that because your what we call historical trajectory in gaining independence totally different from Malaysia. In Malaysia, we follow the British what we call structure, that we move along ethnic line, and it took us until now. I think we have yet to recognize it fully that Malaysian is no more ethnic based, no more ethnic concern. That's why in Malaysia we have two ideology. If you look at the political elite, the NGO and all those things, they play ethnic game. But if you look into the larger society, what we call the everyday social reality, rather than the political, the authority defined. In the everyday, you can see that you can work together, you can eat together, live in the same housing, goes to the same what we call food store, and go to the same carnival. But the moment they play what we call political, they start playing, and they start playing the ethnic ghost. And that's why, based on my study, which my data indicate that in 1990, the Malay and the Chinese quite drift apart, but we have moved together. In some years, we have crossed and shared the same what we call concept of what we call humanistic norms of material gain, status, and personal obligation. But every time during election campaign, because we excite the society with racial differences, then you can see the ethnic risk, the ethnic trauma is there. So that after the election, the people go back to their normal, what we peaceful coexistence, and this is something that probably literary work should indicate. Yet that based on the study and based on the sociological observation, the society has changed, and it's no more what we call rumpum ala Melayu. Is very diverse with other ethnic group, the very super diversity, and very concerned about the nation. Yet our political masters is still playing with the colonial knowledge, with colonialism discourse, with racial ideology. And to me, we should, that's why we notice in the election going on nowadays, we notice that people people tend to be fearful of the political discourse because the what we call the Democratic Action Party DAP, they talk about multiculturalism. The Malay Party of UMNO, of Parti Agama Islam PAS, or now Bersatu, they play the Malay discourse. Yet to me, they should move beyond that. Like what been said, the society has changes. It's not ethnic. It's more intergenerational changes. And their concept of nation is not like what you were think that before, because now the people don't look at ethnic differences. They look themselves as Paksa Malaysia. They look themselves as the sharing rather than the difference that divide them. But politics like to use that, like to use the division so that they can influence you and gain their vote. That's why to me, study indicate in Malaysia, our political elites and discourse are still heavily being colonized. Do that answer my question, Pak Ali?
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. Mansur. And we are going to discuss about those issues when our troop from UNESA will pay a visit to your university this coming September.
You're most welcome.
Thank you, Prof. Mansur.
All right.
Thank you, Prof. Mansur. Thank you, Pak Ali. Okay, dear participants, do you still have any other questions for Pak Munir and Prof. Mansur? Because we still have, okay, a real time yet for the questions and answer session. And Pak Mansur is very interesting talking about ideology. So what about the government of Malaysia, Prof. Mansur, to anticipate the bad impact of, that colonialism?
Sad to
To
say,
control.
the discourse that I've been raising, the discussing with today, not many professors in Malaysia are can grapple with the discourse. In fact, you can see that not many courses being taught on ethnicity, nationalism, and nation. In Indonesia, you have a very grounded footing of the nation. You have the Pancasila, you have whatever is it, understand? I think because Indonesia began with nation building. Malaysia began with country building, state building, not nation. That's why we notice that our terrorism are split into various what we call political grouping. Some Islamic, some Malay centric, some very cosmopolitan, some very Chinese, not one multiculturalism, one not really all this, which means that our leaders do not know how to discuss beyond Malay, Chinese, Indian. They don't have any intellectual framework of nation. What is nation? What is nation in this diverse, plural society? And it is, I was now in Malaysia, it's very super diversity. If you come to Malaysia, you will notice that it's not a Malay word. It's very westernized. Yet they are Malay, they are Chinese, they are Indian, but they are white, they are everybody here. And if you look at YouTube, YouTube about how people from the West who come and stay in Malaysia, and sometimes they talk better about Malaysia as a nation than the so-called Malaysian citizen. Malaysian citizen will say we have too much discrimination, inequality, the government is bad. Yet the others who came and live in Malaysia, you are criticizing your own country. So this foreign resident who stay in Malaysia, they are called the Malaysian tiger. Because if you criticize Malaysian country, they will knock your head. And the problem with us that because of our diverse, what we call ethnic lenses, until we fail to see the nation. And our politicians are not good at talking about that. And then our political party are not good talking about that. Even in university, there are no courses on that. We teach about sociology, about literature, about anthropology, about that. But where is about beyond progress? What about nation building, about civilization? It's not been taught. And then this is the problem with university education now. We do not have the higher goal. What I mean, make it worse. You don't even talk about the akhirat, the hereafter, the surga, and all those things. And but I think intellectually, even understanding the world, we're still limited by our own discipline base. That's why we notice, in Malaysia, those who write novels, they talk about love. Now, probably better lah, they talk about love because they go to Turkey, so with a Turkey man, so it's more, but it's still that. Very few that talk about how poverty, depressed, traumatic the life of the rural people. How the capitalists came in and exploited them, and how the British, example, probably you look the popularity of a Malay, what we call warrior, Mat Kilau. Well, probably Indonesia, so because Mat Kilau is about the Malay hero, and Malay hero in Malaysia is not about Malay. They are people from Pelambang, kan, from Bugis, kan, from Aceh, kan, because it's a rumpun. Is the family of the Malay world. That's why people don't understand that many of the ulama and warrior from Indonesia die in Malaysia. And I think this is something that we should what we call explore new intellectual discourse and horizon that to enrich our literary work and then rebuild our identity. Now we think that, example, in my case, my father is Minangkabau, and the mother is from Cambodia, but I am a Malay. So and along the line there are Arabics, there are Chinese, there are all those things. So we are hyphenated peranakan. Understand? But I have wife from the Japanese, from the Bajau. So I think these are things that sometimes we see politically in terms of that we are divided. No, we are part of the same family. And this would strengthen us more rather than division that basically weaken us down. I think that's my sharing with you.
Thank you, Prof. Mansur. It's very interesting. Hopefully, all of us can visit Malaysia okay, to see
You're most
the
welcome.
various cultures there. Thank you, Prof. Mansur. Okay.
Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
And maybe one more question from me for Pak Munir related to I'm interested in the materials of NCLT met or maybe your project related in developing materials. So materials in NCLT met, is there a kind of level or students level in that material so that teachers can check when it is easy or moderate or difficult materials, for example, or maybe teachers have to select by themselves, so it will be appropriate for their students?
Yeah, the materials in the NCLT Med have been set as junior or senior high school levels to read it. Remember that the materials in the NCLT Med are as insights, to give to not only as a trigger for the teachers to adjust, modify the its use in the classroom, but also to not copy, but create similar materials that they think can be suitable for their own students. So instead of only getting the material from the NCLT, the teachers who join or participate in the NCLT can also offer new, look, I think yours, for example, they can say, look, the material in NCLT is too difficult for my students. Why don't you use this? Something like that. They can offer back So this is the idea of the NC element. This is not one way, but two ways too. Yeah, really. Yeah.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Pak
Yeah.
Didi.
Bu Ririn, can I ask from Mansur, Bu Ririn?
What is
Yes,
it?
sir. From
Just
him,
sharing, just sharing.
yeah, yeah, from
Mansur,
yeah, you know,
okay.
yeah. I yeah, currently visited Malaysia, Tanjung Malim,
Okay, okay,
for 3 days. Yeah, for
okay.
our community service. Yeah, and I also watch. You know, I think it's everywhere the promotion of Malaysia. Malaysia, truly Asia. Yeah, but from your talk, you know, we can get some idea. The truth behind the truly Asia. It's not that easy, but it's sometimes you know creates challenges in unifying Malaysia as a nation. What do you think of that one, the tagline? Malaysia truly Asia. How does that reflect the actual situation in Malaysia,
The
bro?
tagline is
Thank
for
you.
the tourists.
Prof. Mansur, sorry for this, because we don't have much time. Maybe you can answer Pak Munir's question in a very short time.
Now, actually, that is slogan for the tourism, to promote
Yeah.
tourism. Yet when people come to Malaysia, they come basically the Chinese will find the Chinese area,
Oh,
the Islamic Arab group will find the Islamic area, and the English will find the cosmopolitan Kuala Lumpur, Penang area. Understand? So each of them have their own what we call identity protected. But people who come and stay in Malaysia from from foreign country, they notice that Malaysia is a very multi-ethnic, multi-religious society. Yet they know the core of the nation is the Malay. So if they want to have a Malaysian wedding or want to go to a Malaysian wedding, they go to a Malay wedding. And then they will learn bahasa Melayu. Understand? Which means that from how the foreigners see, they know the nation is multi-ethnic, diverse, super diverse. Yet there is what we call a core that bind them together through Malay language, Malay culture, Islam, and the Sultanate, and the political system of the Sultan. And they understand that. But the problem with us is that within Malaysia, and based on my study, 30% of the Chinese reject what we call recognition and deny indigeneity. So they don't want Malay, they don't want Islam, they don't want Sultan, because they want to talk about multiculturalism. What I'm saying is that the politics of nationhood, of multiculturalism are rejected, because di mana bumi dipijak, langit dijunjung. You must follow the core discourse. At least you must be under the umbrella, under the canopy, or embedded yourself. Obviously, the bumi, the earth that you stand on, move, so the skies get broader. Yes. So we can manage diversity, do super diversity, but you must stand on the land.
Yeah.
Your land and your sky into Malaysian land and sky. If you want Malaysia to be the
Prof.
land and
Mansur.
sky of your land, then go back to your land.
Okay. Well, Prof.
Because,
Mansur, I'm
because
so
I'm also
sorry.
sometimes I'm become a thesis examiner
Okay.
to PhD student for Indonesian student. And there are Indonesian students, especially from what we call Tionghoa heritage, they talk like the Malaysian Chinese. They are discrimination, they are second-class citizen. Yet actually they speak Indonesian, they know the culture and everything. And that's a problem with the Asian diaspora. They fail to understand there is a canopy, there is a core. We can accept diversity, but we cannot accept the politics of nationhood of multiculturalism. We can manage interculturalism. we
Okay.
can respect your culture, your language, and all those things.
Okay.
But you
Prof.
cannot have
Mansur?
nation
Okay.
here.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Mansur. I'm so sorry, Prof.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Professor.
Your explanations. Okay, so
Okay, Prof.
I'm so sorry for all the keynote speakers and participants because we have reached the end of the sessions. But don't worry, if you still have any questions, you can or is it contact the speakers, personally, and the committee will provide the link, the email address of the speakers. Okay. Before we end up our sessions, the committee of the fifth ICCSAL would like to give a certificate as our appreciations for two great keynote speakers today. Firstly, I begin to present our big appreciations to Pak Munir, PhD. The committee will present the certificate for you. Please, the committee, okay, you can present the certificate for Pak Munir and then start to capture, okay.
Thank you so much,
You're welcome,
committee.
Pak Munir. Okay,
Okay.
thank you very much. And next certificate is for Prof.
Okay.
Dr. Mansur Muhammad Nur.
All right.
So you can take a picture, the
Yes.
please.
Okay.
This is certificate for you, Prof. Thank you
Oh,
very much.
that Ahmad Munir still.
Ya,
Thank
masih
you.
Ahmad Munir.
Please, participants, give a big round of applause once again for our two wonderful keynote speakers. Thank you very much. Okay, and I give it back to Miss Cecil. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Thank
warahmatullahi
you.
wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much for a lively discussion to Dr. Ahmad Munir and also to Prof. Mansur. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and wisdom with us this afternoon. Dr. Irin, also thank you for moderating the keynote session. Ladies and gentlemen, in the chat box, you will also find, hang on. In the chat box, you will also find the second attendance list. This attendance list is different from the first one that you filled in this morning. Again, one more time. This attendance list is different from the first one that you filled this morning. So we invite you to fill out the two attendance list. Please complete the first and also the second attendance list accordingly. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, dear participants, as we conclude our main session, I would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt gratitude to everyone who has made this conference possible. First and foremost, I would like to thank our dedicated organizing committee. We truly couldn't have done it without you. Thank you for your tireless efforts. I also would like to extend a sincere thank you to all our participants. Your engagement, enthusiasm, and contributions have made this conference truly special. Now, as we move on to our parallel sessions, we encourage you to continue the spirit of collaboration and learning. Please refer to the conference schedule to find your designated breakout room, and do not hesitate to reach out if you need any assistance. Let's continue to make the most of this day. Thank you once again, and I look forward to seeing you in the parallel sessions. To ensure that you get the most out of the sessions, please refer to the conference schedule to see the topics and speakers assigned to each parallel session. Please join the room accordingly and have a great session. Thank you.
Screen yang tadi lagi.
balik ini.
pasar membeli tomat 1 kilo ditaruh di plastik. Keluarga EBS, ayo semangat menyukseskan EBS kreatif.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Arts, where every word and movement becomes an inspiring beauty. Together, we will explore the borderless world of education, creative expression, language learning, and arts.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Art, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. We are committed to creating clean and serving educational institutions. We also make the best effort to provide innovative educational services on the basis of local wisdom, science and technology development. This is to produce professional and adaptive graduates in the disruptive era. We are also determined to promote knowledge and innovation in languages, literature, art, and design, and disseminate them through collaboration with domestic and international partners.
The teaching and learning process at the Faculty of Languages and Arts is carried out through an exploration, discussion, collaboration, and participation-based approach. To provide the best learning experience, we believe that lecturers are both instructors and mentors in the development of learners' competence and creativity. With 14 undergraduate study programs, 4 graduate study programs, and 2 postgraduate study programs, the Faculty of Languages and Arts has received both national and international accreditations, which affirmed our focus in quality of a global standard. The Faculty of Languages and Arts is supported by teaching staff with master's and doctoral qualifications from domestic and foreign universities, as well as qualified and competent professors. We are also supported by professional and dedicated administrative staff who provides excellent service through the implementation of the Integrity Zone. With our excellent programs, we are committed to learning, conducting research, and conducting community services in the fields of linguistics, literature, arts, and design that are adaptive, innovative, incorporating local wisdom and a global vision based on entrepreneurship in both educational and non-educational field of studies. The Faculty of Languages and Arts has many achievements at the national and international levels. Supported by superior facilities, the Faculty of Languages and Arts contributes to the development of high-quality and culturally conscious human resources. We are building networks with industries and communities, both at home and abroad. Students have the opportunities to participate in real-world projects and contribute their creativity to the establishment of FBS Kreatif, collaborative, hardworking, emphatic, adaptive, resilient, innovative, and flexible. As a part of our commitment to internationalization, our teaching staff and students have also been involved in various international mobility activities. The Faculty of Languages and Arts provides a representative environment for unlimited exploration within the languages and arts fields of study. With the latest technology in our language and art laboratories, as well as creative studios, we encourage and guide students to develop their creativity. Together, we create human resources with excellent characters who are professional and competitive.
FBS Kreatif.
Ke pasar membeli tomat 1 kilo ditaruh di plastik. Keluarga EBS ayo semangat menyukseskan EBS kreatif.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Arts, where every word and movement becomes an inspiring beauty. Together, we will explore the borderless world of education, creative expression, language learning, and arts.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Art, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. We are committed to creating clean and serving educational institutions. We also make the best effort to provide innovative educational services on the basis of local wisdom, science and technology development. This is to produce professional and adaptive graduates in the disruptive era. We are also determined to promote knowledge and innovation in languages, literature, art, and design, and disseminate them through collaboration with domestic and international partners.
The teaching and learning process at the Faculty of Languages and Arts is carried out through an exploration, discussion, collaboration, and participation-based approach. To provide the best learning experience, we believe that lecturers are both instructors and mentors in the development of learners' competence and creativity. With 14 undergraduate study programs, 4 graduate study programs, and 2 postgraduate study programs, the Faculty of Languages and Arts has received both national and international accreditations, which affirmed our focus in quality of a global standard. The Faculty of Languages and Arts is supported by teaching staff with master's and doctoral qualifications from domestic and foreign universities, as well as qualified and competent professors. We are also supported by professional and dedicated administrative staff who provides excellent service through the implementation of the Integrity Zone. With our excellent programs, we are committed to learning, conducting research, and conducting community services in the fields of linguistics, literature, arts, and design that are adaptive, innovative, incorporating local wisdom and a global vision, based on entrepreneurship in both educational and non-educational field of studies. The Faculty of Languages and Arts has many achievements at the national and international levels. Supported by superior facilities, the Faculty of Languages and Arts contributes to the development of high-quality and culturally conscious human resources. We are building networks with industries and communities, both at home and abroad. Students have the opportunities to participate in real-world projects and contribute their creativity to the establishment of FBS Kreatif, collaborative, hardworking, emphatic, adaptive, resilient, innovative, and flexible. As a part of our commitment to internationalization, our teaching staff and students have also been involved in various international mobility activities. The Faculty of Languages and Arts provides a representative environment for unlimited exploration within the languages and arts fields of study. With the latest technology in our language and art laboratories, as well as creative studios, we encourage and guide students to develop their creativity. Together, we create human resources with excellent characters who are professional and competitive.
FBS Kreatif.
Ke pasar membeli tomat 1 kilo ditaruh di plastik. Keluarga FBS ayo semangat menyukseskan FBS Kreatif.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Arts, where every word and movement becomes an inspiring beauty. Together, we will explore the borderless world of education, creative expression, language learning, and arts.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Art, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. We are committed to creating clean and serving educational institutions. We also make the best effort to provide innovative educational services on the basis of local wisdom, science and technology development. This is to produce professional and adaptive graduates in the disruptive era. We are also determined to promote knowledge and innovation in languages, literature, art, and design, and disseminate them through collaboration with domestic and international partners.
The teaching and learning process at the Faculty of Languages and Arts is carried out through an exploration, discussion, collaboration, and participation-based approach. To provide the best learning experience, we believe that lecturers are both instructors and mentors in the development of learners' competence and creativity. With 14 undergraduate study programs, 4 graduate study programs, and 2 postgraduate study programs, the Faculty of Languages and Arts has received both national and international accreditations, which affirmed our focus in quality of a global standard. The Faculty of Languages and Arts is supported by teaching staff with master's and doctoral qualifications from domestic and foreign universities, as well as qualified and competent professors. We are also supported by professional and dedicated administrative staff who provides excellent service through the implementation of the Integrity Zone. With our excellent programs, we are committed to learning, conducting research, and conducting community services in the fields of linguistics, literature, arts, and design that are adaptive, innovative, incorporating local wisdom and a global vision, based on entrepreneurship in both educational and non-educational field of studies. The Faculty of Languages and Arts has many achievements at the national and international levels. Supported by superior facilities, the Faculty of Languages and Arts contributes to the development of high-quality and culturally conscious human resources. We are building networks with industries and communities, both at home and abroad. Students have the opportunities to participate in real-world projects and contribute their creativity to the establishment of FBS Kreatif, collaborative, hardworking, emphatic, adaptive, resilient, innovative, and flexible. As a part of our commitment to internationalization, our teaching staff and students have also been involved in various international mobility activities. The Faculty of Languages and Arts provides a representative environment for unlimited exploration within the languages and arts fields of study. With the latest technology in our language and art laboratories, as well as creative studios, we encourage and guide students to develop their creativity. Together, we create human resources with excellent characters who are professional and competitive.
FBS Kreatif.
Ke pasar membeli tomat 1 kilo ditaruh di plastik. Keluarga EBS ayo semangat menyukseskan EBS kreatif.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Arts, where every word and movement becomes an inspiring beauty. Together, we will explore the borderless world of education, creative expression, language learning, and arts.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Art, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. We are committed to creating clean and serving educational institutions. We also make the best effort to provide innovative educational services on the basis of local wisdom, science and technology development. This is to produce professional and adaptive graduates in the disruptive era. We are also determined to promote knowledge and innovation in languages, literature, art, and design, and disseminate them through collaboration with domestic and international partners.
The teaching and learning process at the Faculty of Languages and Arts is carried out through exploration, discussion, collaboration, and participation-based approach. To provide the best learning experience, we believe that lecturers are both instructors and mentors in the development of learners' competence and creativity. With 14 undergraduate study programs, 4 graduate study programs, and 2 postgraduate study programs, the Faculty of Languages and Arts has received both national and international accreditations, which affirmed our focus in quality of a global standard. The Faculty of Languages and Arts is supported by teaching staff with master's and doctoral qualifications from domestic and foreign universities, as well as qualified and competent professors. We are also supported by professional and dedicated administrative staff who provides excellent service through the implementation of the Integrity Zone. With our excellent programs, we are committed to learning, conducting research, and conducting community services in the fields of linguistics, literature, arts, and design that are adaptive, innovative, incorporating local wisdom and a global vision, based on entrepreneurship in both educational and non-educational field of studies. The Faculty of Languages and Arts has many achievements at the national and international levels. Supported by superior facilities, the Faculty of Languages and Arts contributes to the development of high-quality and culturally conscious human resources. We are building networks with industries and communities, both at home and abroad. Students have the opportunities to participate in real-world projects and contribute their creativity to the establishment of FPS Creative, collaborative, hardworking, emphatic, adaptive, resilient, innovative, and flexible. As a part of our commitment to internationalization, our teaching staff and students have also been involved in various international mobility activities. The Faculty of Languages and Arts provides a representative environment for unlimited exploration within the languages and arts fields of study. With the latest technology in our language and art laboratories, as well as creative studios, we encourage and guide students to develop their creativity. Together, we create human resources with excellent characters who are professional and competitive.
FPS Kreatif.
Ke pasar membeli tomat 1 kilo ditaruh di plastik. Keluarga EBS, ayo semangat menyukseskan EBS Kreatif.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Arts, where every word and movement becomes an inspiring beauty. Together, we will explore the borderless world of education, creative expression, language learning, and arts.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Art, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. We are committed to creating clean and serving educational institutions. We also make the best effort to provide innovative educational services on the basis of local wisdom, science and technology development. This is to produce professional and adaptive graduates in the disruptive era. We are also determined to promote knowledge and innovation in languages, literature, art, and design, and disseminate them through collaboration with domestic and international partners.
The teaching and learning process at the Faculty of Languages and Arts is carried out through an exploration, discussion, collaboration, and participation-based approach. To provide the best learning experience, we believe that lecturers are both instructors and mentors in the development of learners' competence and creativity. With 14 undergraduate study programs, 4 graduate study programs, and 2 postgraduate study programs, the Faculty of Languages and Arts has received both national and international accreditations, which affirmed our focus in quality of a global standard. The Faculty of Languages and Arts is supported by teaching staff with master's and doctoral qualifications from domestic and foreign universities, as well as qualified and competent professors. We are also supported by professional and dedicated administrative staff who provides excellent service through the implementation of the Integrity Zone. With our excellent programs, we are committed to learning, conducting research, and conducting community services in the fields of linguistics, literature, arts, and design that are adaptive, innovative, incorporating local wisdom and a global vision based on entrepreneurship in both educational and non-educational field of studies. The Faculty of Languages and Arts has many achievements at the national and international levels. Supported by superior facilities, the Faculty of Languages and Arts contributes to the development of high-quality and culturally conscious human resources. We are building networks with industries and communities, both at home and abroad. Students have the opportunities to participate in real-world projects and contribute their creativity to the establishment of FPS Creative, collaborative, hardworking, emphatic, adaptive, resilient, innovative, and flexible. As a part of our commitment to internationalization, our teaching staff and students have also been involved in various international mobility activities. The Faculty of Languages and Arts provides a representative environment for unlimited exploration within the languages and arts fields of study. With the latest technology in our language and art laboratories, as well as creative studios, we encourage and guide students to develop their creativity. Together, we create human resources with excellent characters who are professional and competitive.
FPS Kreatif.
Pasar membeli tomat 1 kilo ditaruh di plastik. Keluarga FBS ayo semangat menyukseskan FBS Kreatif.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Arts, where every word and movement becomes an inspiring beauty. Together, we will explore the borderless world of education, creative expression, language learning, and arts.
Welcome to the Faculty of Languages and Art, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. We are committed to creating clean and serving educational institutions. We also make the best effort to provide innovative educational services on the basis of local wisdom, science and technology development. This is to produce professional and adaptive graduates in the disruptive era. We are also determined to promote knowledge and innovation in languages, literature, art, and design, and disseminate them through collaboration with domestic and international partners.
The teaching and learning process at the Faculty of Languages and Arts is carried out through an exploration, discussion, collaboration, and participation-based approach. To provide the best learning experience, we believe that lecturers are both instructors and mentors in the development of learners' competence and creativity. With 14 undergraduate study programs, 4 graduate study programs and 2 postgraduate study programs, the Faculty of Languages and Arts has received both national and international accreditations, which affirmed our focus in quality of a global standard. The Faculty of Languages and Arts is supported by teaching staff with master's and doctoral qualifications from domestic and foreign universities, as well as qualified and competent professors. We are also supported by professional and dedicated administrative staff who provides excellent service through the implementation of the Integrity Zone. With our excellent programs, we are committed to learning, conducting research, and conducting community services in the fields of linguistics, literature, arts, and design that are adaptive, innovative, incorporating local wisdom and a global vision based on entrepreneurship in both educational and non-educational field of studies. The Faculty of Languages and Arts has many achievements at the national and international levels. Supported by superior facilities, the Faculty of Languages and Arts contributes to the development of high-quality and culturally conscious human resources. We are building networks with industries and communities, both at home and abroad. Students have the opportunities to participate in real-world projects and contribute their creativity to the establishment of FBS Creative, collaborative, hardworking, emphatic, adaptive, resilient, innovative, and flexible. As a part of our commitment to internationalization, our teaching staff and students have also been involved in various international mobility activities. The Faculty of Languages and Arts provides a representative environment for unlimited exploration within the languages and arts fields of study. With the latest technology in our language and art laboratory,
Thanks all for all the participants. We were up the conference today, so see you on the next year, on the next ICCSAL. Bye-bye.